Deputy Sheriff, please call the meeting to order. Pastor Ashton E. Alexander of Pilgrim Rest Baptist Church, if you could come to give the invocation.
Heads are bowed, eyes are closed. God of our silent tears, God of our weary years, God, the creator and sustainer of the universe, we come to you with hearts of thanksgiving, thanking you first for your transformative love and your boundless benevolence, your compassionate care. We thank you that you've called us into community and you've gifted us with the stewardship of serving this community. Oh God, I pray that you would bless the meeting on tonight. I pray that the communication will be respectful and thoughtful, and that the outcomes would be fair and justice seeking. Oh God, I pray that you would touch each commissioner here on tonight. Lord God, I pray that you would give them wisdom, discernment, and humility as they communicate with each other. We thank you for all that you've done and all that you will do. It's in the name of Christ we pray. Amen.
Vice Chair, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? You may be seated. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Present.
Clay Bibbs.
Present.
Caswell.
Present.
Sugarman. Mills.
Present.
Shalai.
Present.
Wright.
Present.
Thornton.
Present.
Morrison.
Present.
Brooks. Lowry. Bradford.
Present.
Chairwoman Avent.
Present.
We have 10 present.
We have a quorum. Could we, now we come to the matter of the approval of the June 15th, 2026 minutes. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. It is possible to join the meeting two ways: via the designated email account, doc.email@shelbycountytn.gov, and via phone at 901-222-1234. Parliamentarian, please read the roll.
Members of the public who desire to address the County Commission shall request permission by completing an appearance card, which will be given to the chair by deputy. Members of the public shall be permitted to address the County Commission unless ruled out of order by the chair or denied the opportunity to speak by a majority vote of the commissioners present and voting. Please note that as it pertains to public comment, our rules of order set a limit of no longer than 3 minutes when recognized by the chair. The chair may set a limit for discussion by the public of less than 3 minutes for each individual if circumstances require. Finally, to the members of the public, if you would like to express your pleasure or displeasure on a matter before the County Commission, please do so by raising your thumb up or pointing it down, as opposed to applause or other expressions of approval or disapproval. Disruptive members of the public are subject to removal from the Commission chambers by the Deputy Sheriff. Thank you for your attention and in advance for your cooperation today.
We have a few general comment, public comment cards. The first I'm calling, if you could come to the podium, state your name and zip code. You'll have 3 minutes. Michael Fulton.
Hi, good afternoon. Michael Fulton, 411 Monroe Avenue, 38103. Hello, I'm Michael Fulton, Chairman of Seeding Success. I'm here today to speak in support of our public pre-K program administered by First Aid. Since 2019, this investment has improved kindergarten readiness as the first groups of children have moved through school. We often talk about growing the county's economy and making sure we're more competitive. There is no better investment than giving our youngest children a strong start. High quality free pre-K helps children build the foundation they need to thrive while allowing more parents to participate in the workforce. Research shows that these children are more likely to graduate, continue their education or career training, and enter the workforce ready for tomorrow's jobs. Last year, by approving pre-K for all, you gave thousands of Memphis families hope that more children would have the access to opportunity. But hope alone isn't enough. Without additional funding to open new classrooms and increase capacity, that promise cannot become a reality. Today, it is estimated that about $50 million is needed to make pre-K available to every child. The proposed budget amendment before you would move our community one step closer to that goal. I respectfully urge you to fund the expansion for pre-K for all. This is an investment in all of our children, our workforce, and the future of Memphis. I know these are difficult budget decisions, and I don't envy you, but I want to thank each of you for your leadership and your commitment to this community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, and I'm going to call out the next few speakers: Samuel Williams, James Crawford, Kawanda Porter, and Carol Johnson. Samuel Williams. Please state your name and zip code.
May I please go first? Carol Jackson, Executive Director of Families Matter. We're here this evening to talk about our program, which is several programs within the area. Our prevention programs are 12 Principles of Manhood and Connections, and then our intervention program is Affirm. A father's involvement really matters. We have some participants that will speak on the program, and then our operations manager will give you all a brief overview of what the program has accomplished in the last few years, and we need your support in order to continue the program. Thank you. Dr. Sam?
How you doing this afternoon? My name is Dr. Samuel Williams. I am one of the graduates of the Family Matters.
Could you please can you state your zip code for the record?
38108.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm one of the graduates who also became one of the crusaders for the Family Matters Affirm program. Some of the things I just want to talk about. At the time, right before I joined the program, I had just graduated with my doctorate from Florida State University at Tallahassee. And at that time, I was also going through my divorce, and so I hadn't seen my daughter in quite some time. And then I was referred to the program, Affirm, which I joined the program in summer of 2024. During that time, I got to know some of the other guys that were like myself. And so not only was it just a program to help us with better parenting and getting along better and coming together, putting together better parenting plans with our co-parents, it also was therapeutic in a sense for some of us who may have endured certain things throughout our childhood as well. So not only did the program help me with becoming a better father for my children and being a pillar of my community, it also helped me with becoming a better person within also. And also with my job as well, being in the program, I was able to use certain referrals in the program, which they were familiar with. And now I'm back in working in my field, and I'm being compensated now well beyond means now. So Affirm has really done a lot for me individually, you know, as a person within and financially in my job sense. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Crawford, zip code 38128. I have a few points. One of the main ways the program helped me, I connected with many of the other fathers and built bonds with a few of them, and we are still friends to this day. One of them has even become my personal barber. The second point, the program helped me with resources to find a job and get my driver's license back reinstated, and it offered me financial support. The milestones helped with child support payments and daily living expenses. I eventually found a job, but while I was unemployed, a firm had my back. As the director of a nonprofit myself, they inspired me to make part of my mission serving fathers by connecting with their children and families and providing them with resources and a safe space to do so. I hosted my first fatherhood appreciation event, and the firm partnered with me, and I'm gladly appreciated for their partnership and everything they've done for me.
Hello, everyone. Q1, the Porter Operations Manager for Families Matter Firm. I'm going to share with you all a few
Ms.
programmatic
Porter,
highlights.
could you please give your zip code for the record?
38112.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alrighty, I'm going to share a few programmatic highlights that the Affirm program have been able to achieve since our first enrollment, which took place in March of 2023. As of Friday, we have enrolled a total of 1,229 fathers who were in similar situation as these fathers who stand here before us today. 2,100 children have been affected by those fathers' involvement in the program, and those are biological children that we have recorded. 3,098 family household members have been affected by those fathers' involvement in the Families Matter Affirm program. As of today, the federal poverty level for those fathers that have been enrolled in our program has increased to 79% since their enrollment. We have 463 fathers who are currently making above $7.25, 288 fathers who are currently making above $15 an hour, 105 fathers making above $20 an hour, and 20 fathers making above $25 an hour. Now, since those fathers have enrolled into our program, 464 fathers have obtained employment, and that is new employment. We have over 700 fathers that are currently employed on the program. The total income that has been derived from those fathers who have obtained new employment since joining our program is a total of $25,285,043.87. And again, that is the total amount of income that has been derived from our fathers since joining the program. 241 fathers have completed some form of educational training, from barber license to high school diploma, nursing, HVAC, CDL, you name it. If it's something that we can cover for them, we do assist them with those in the form of supportive services. 156 fathers have signed co-parenting agreements. Those agreements are when fathers come together with their co-parent and decide how they're going to split the parenting time with those children. And because of our co-parenting classes, 156 fathers have been able to sign those co-parent agreements. And we have 25 fathers who are Crusaders that have completed the requirements for a Crusader program. Yes, ma'am. 25 fathers have completed our Crusaders program, which is where they complete the fatherhood program, but they still advocate for the program in the community and assist with enrollments. Now, as of today, the number one district that had with fathers enrolled into our program is District 12 with 374 enrollments. Number 2 is District 11 with 319 enrollments. Number 3 is District 8 with 196 enrollment. And number 4, we have District 6 with 172 enrollments, and District 1 at number 5 with 135 enrollments. We're in all of your districts. That is correct. And that's just a breakdown of the top 5.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your time. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Commissioner Shelby, could you make a presentation to Pastor Ashton Alexander?
Reposing trust and confidence in the fidelity and ability of Pastor Ashton E. Alexander, Senior Pastor of Pilgrim Rest Baptist Church, we do appoint and constitute you Chaplain of the Day at the will and pleasure of the Chairwoman. This is the 29th day of June 2026 by Chairwoman Shante K.
We have a few more public comment cards. As I call your name, please come forward. Katie Rains, Adam Nelson, Laramie Wheeler. Please state your name and zip code for the record.
Hello, Katie Rains, 38120. I'm here to read the names of the people who died in the custody of the Shelby County Sheriff. Alex Wenrick, Antonio Davis, Antonio First, Antonio Golden, Avon Rollins, Bobby Sellers, Carl Ewing, Charles Johnson, Christopher Petties, Christopher Steele, Clintus Strong, Coltrol Pondexter, Courtney Berry, Dalton Goddard, Daniel Neal, Darian Nolan, Darren Crawford, Daryl Tyrone Young, Dion Bird, DeMarcus Jarrett, Demarion Walker, Denny Fugat, Desmond Ship, Donald Jones, George DeClue, Jershon Freeman. We request a statutory requirement that provider selections prioritizes clinical outcomes and capability over cost. I urge you to move forward with a healthcare bidder who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard. Thank you.
Adam Nelson.
I'm Adam Nelson. I live in 38107. I'm going to read you some more names. People who died in the jails from 2018 until now. Larry Gilliam, Lawrence Sumlin, Leaudre Isabel, Malcolm Ford, Marcel Hutton, Martin Perez Estrada, Michael McCabe, Nicholas Dancy, Raymond McGee, Richard Higgs, Richard Willingham, Robert Turner, Raquez McDaniel, Roy Dunbar. I'm going to pause on that one because I knew Roy Dunbar. Roy was in jail because I called the cops on him. I was somebody who had been working with Roy for a few years. He was homeless when I met him. He managed to get his disability. He managed to get into a care home, and he had been there for a few months. And one day he pushed over his caretaker and stole about $40, and then showed up on my doorstep. And I believed that the best thing that I could do to help him was to make him not a fugitive. So I called the police, and they took him. And that wound up being a death sentence. Sam Carr, Santrez Taylor, Sherman Weekly, Stanley Campbell, Stephen Gomez, Tiffany Dukes, Timothy Black, Tommy Young, Tracy Gill, Tyrus Watkins, Wesley Joyner, William Trentham. We demand a statutory requirement that provider selection prioritizes clinical outcomes and capability over cost. And I urge you to move forward with a healthcare bidder who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard. Thank you.
Laramie Wheeler.
My name is Laramie Wheeler, 38103, and I live in 38107. I'm here to read the remaining names of the people who've died in custody of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office since 2018. Jerome Gibbon, Jerome Mimes, Jonathan Anguiano, Joseph Johnson, Justin Brewer, Justin Lee Segerson, Kenneth Melton, Kevin Wright, Kimberly Clark, Christopher Miller, James Owens, James Wilkes, Jeffrey Farrell, and Lamont Cummings. You guys have a very important job, and I realize that. And I know that the recommendation for the healthcare provider comes down to you from the purchasing committee, and that process a lot of times happens really quickly. I'm asking you to slow down and to take your time and to ask questions, to hire the clinically responsible healthcare provider for the jail. And the public is not able to or allowed to know who those options are until you have voted on them. We want transparency, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure how to make that happen. I've been staring at these 67 names for a long time. And every time I have to go through them to write their stories, to research more, they become more and more human to me. They were connected to these communities. They were your constituents. It is your moral obligation to make sure that this doesn't keep happening, that people are safe in our jail. We demand a statutory requirement that the provider selection prioritizes clinical outcomes and capability over cost. I urge you to move forward with the healthcare bidder who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard. The last time you guys voted, WellPath was ranked third, and it was an $8 million difference. And the amount of people who have died, the amount of lawsuits that Shelby County is paying for, it's not worth it. It could have just been one human life, and it's not worth it. In closing, I'd also like to mention that Just City, along with Micah and the Justice and Safety Alliance, is holding a public vigil for these 67 people and their families on August 1st downtown. Please just make the wise choice. Thank you.
Next two speakers, Glenda Hicks and Andrea Bell. Please state your name and zip code for the record.
Good afternoon, Glenda Hicks, 38109. I'm here today as a voice for all Shelby Countyans with specific concerns to this budget that I understand has to be passed today. And I know from having attended the committee meeting last Wednesday that the proposal is for an increase. And to be very honest and frank with you, I am not in support of that, simply because I don't feel confident and the documentation does not support that this council, this body, has acted in the best interests of the citizens of Shelby County, has not dove specifically into budgets to determine if they were justified, have not requested the proper documentation from these sub-organizations that encompass the mayor's administration to justify the MOE. And I understand, having been in these meetings, what the law mandates, but the citizens of Shelby County should not have to pay for the errors of individuals who sit in seats of authority to operate in their best interest. By law, it is the duty to be good stewards over the funds that are not yours, but are indeed the entire constituents of Shelby County. So I certainly come to say that there are plenty of seniors who are the majority of the property taxpayers in this county who are on a fixed income, who certainly do not deserve to be farther abused by, even if it is a 2-cent tax increase. I say that we need to wisely look at the line items and know that it is totally justified. And having said in the meeting, I cannot say that that is the case. I saw how various individuals, organizations came before you and presented nothing in documentation that was certainly availed to the public to justify them receiving the requested funds. So I come today to say, do your due diligence.
Thank
Honor
you, Ms.
your
Hicks.
constituents. Act in their best interest.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks.
Thank you.
Andrea Bell.
Good evening, Andrea Bell, 38125. I will make comments on two line items today. The first line item is the Milton grant. It is honorable for every last one of you to approve the freeze on any additional monies going out for this Milton grant. The reason is, as this young lady came up before me, not Glenda, but the young lady before, she had a common theme. It is your duty to look. It is your duty to push back. It is your duty to know a line item. And it is your duty not to give monies to fake nonprofits. Let's be clear here. We voted you in to do a job. We are here because we have been ignored. We are here because some commissioners think they are above the people. Property tax increases. I am a homeowner. And if you are sitting as a commissioner and you are not a homeowner and you think it is okay to increase our property taxes, think again. I am the one that is in the area where I have seen in 2025 my assessment of my home assessment increase over 50%. While you have downtown areas where some of you may be commissioners, you're complaining about not receiving enough money. Only 14% assessment in those areas. Let's be clear and let's be fair. And if you want to check the numbers, do your due diligence and get with the property assessor. I did. So I'm asking you, commissioners, one, please vote yes to halt, freeze the funds on the Milton grant. That's honorable for you to do. Second is vote no for a property tax increase because we have people who are struggling. They're struggling. Don't punish homeowners. Don't punish the majority of us who worked hard for our homes, who pay for the education of our children, because that's what I am. As a homeowner, I'm paying for the education of Shelby County. Vote no. Thank you.
All right, commissioners. We now will move to resolutions, memorial sympathy and commendations, parliamentary, and if you could read item number 2.
Item 2 is a special resolution recognizing Black Seeds Urban Farms founders Daravia Rich and Bobby Rich III, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you so much. Can I have Daravia Rich and Bobby Rich to come forward, please? This is a special resolution recognizing Black Seeds Urban Farms founders, Daravia and Bobby Rich III. Whereas Daravia Rich is an environmental justice advocate and agribusiness professional. She graduated from Tennessee State University with a bachelor's degree in mass communication and currently serves as a program specialist with the Tennessee Board of Regents, where she supports curriculum development, community-centered programs, and academic initiatives throughout the state. And whereas Daravia was a part of the Greater Memphis Chamber's professional class of 2020. and that same year was recognized as this Young Memphis honoree. Earlier this year, Darivia was the Memphis Grizzlies HBCU Empowerment Award honoree. Whereas a former firefighter for the city of Memphis, Bobby Rich, is deeply passionate about horticulture. In 2019, he graduated from the University of Tennessee Institute of Agriculture's Master Gardeners Program and currently works for Alpha Omega Veteran Services Incorporated as farm manager. And whereas, in addition to being featured in numerous documentaries and news publications, he hosts workshops with agricultural organizations, schools, and other audiences to educate and empower communities to grow their own food. He is a member of the Tennessee Black Farmers Coalition and this year was honored by the Gentlemen's League as a beta inductee. His primary goal is to grow and sustain green spaces in their inner city and combat food insecurity. Bobby inspires communities to think globally, act locally. And whereas founded in 2020, Black Seeds Urban Farms is a local food movement that is rooted in the desire to grow honest, non-toxic fruits and vegetables for Memphians who have little or no access to sustainable foods. Located at 58 North 4th Street, fresh fruits and vegetables are grown to share with neighborhoods and communities across the county. In 2024, Fiskars, an international brand known for garden tools, presented Black Seeds Urban Farms with a grant and free gardening tools. Only 5 gardens in North America received this, and Black Seeds Urban Farms was probably one of them. And whereas Darivia and Bobby Rich III have been married since 2017, and the proud parents of their daughter, Chloe Anna Rich, that's it, right? Okay. Together, they continue to advocate, inform, and provide fresh fruits and vegetables to communities across Shelby County. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes Darivia and Bobby Rich III for their contributions to Shelby County, Tennessee. And thank you so much. It's an honor. And don't you have a few words?
We are deeply honored to receive this recognition from the Shelby County Commission. Thank you, Commissioner Erica Sugarman and the Commission for acknowledging our commitment to agriculture, environmental stewardship, and community empowerment. This recognition inspires Bobby and me to continue serving Shelby County. Thank you.
Real quick, shout out to, of course, shout out to Black Seeds, shout out to the Commissioner Board, shout out to Chris Cooper in the crowd. I'm willing and able to grow a lot more food for poor people, and I want to grow a whole lot in value and high nutritional food for people who are on the brunt when things go bad. And I was able to do that on small residential lots, and I'm very interested in doing that on larger lots to feed more Memphians. So, yeah, that's all I gotta say. Yeah.
And can we have a picture together?
And before you take your seats, there's a few commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank y'all on behalf of the millennial generation. Y'all represent us well, and these are Magnolia, Castelia, and Whitehaven babies. So shout out to those respective communities. Y'all just make us so proud, and so I'm glad that you lifted up your capacity and interest to do more. And so I just encourage you after budget season to continue to sit down with commissioners, with the mayor, with the school board, new leaders, and just position yourself to continue to grow, pun intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to say thank you for everything that you do. We just recently took a group of young people on the tour of possibilities. So when we went by your spot, your place was the place they had so many questions about. So thank you for everything you do. You've sparked a group of young people about thinking about food and agriculture differently. Unfortunately, y'all weren't there, so we didn't get a chance to introduce them to you, but we will be back. So thank you for everything that you do.
Please, bring them back for sure.
Real quick, I just want to say we usually try to keep the front gate open for situations like that, you know, but we'll catch on the next one.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Coordinate with Miss Carolyn how we can make the tour more physical. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, one more commissioner, Commissioner Lowry.
Hey, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sugar, for bringing this as well. And again, just echoing, thank you for all what you do. Actually, we need to be leaning more into agriculture to making sure that we're making that more of a culture in our community and also for our economy as well. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for showing the way, and know that you'll always have a supporter. I was about to say sponsor. Supporter in me as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we're going to put 3 minutes on the screen for you to review the consent agenda, and if there are any items you would like pulled. Parliamentarian, please read the consent agenda. I don't see anyone in queue that want to pull items. No, 3 minutes. Commissioner Lowry.
Apologize, Madam Chair. Item number 23, 28, and 30.
Just repeat 23
28 and 30.
and 30. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Brooks.
Items numbers 20, 22, 24, and 25.
And I'm just repeating, you said items 20, 22, and,
24,
mhm,
25.
okay. Commissioner Thornton?
Items 9 and 19 and 33. 33.
Items 9, 19, and 33, is that correct, Commissioner Thornton? All right, parliamentarian, please read the consent agenda minus item 9, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 28, 30, and 33.
Yes, ma'am. Items 3 through 8 come from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 3 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to expend grant funds from the State of Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $1,500,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 4 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for the purchase of emergency equipment for law enforcement vehicles from Dana Safety in an amount not to exceed $307,150. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $307,150, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 5 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for automobile transmission, repair services, and related services from Bird's Millington Transmission in an amount not to exceed $87,000. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $87,000, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 6 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for the replacement of fleet vehicles that have reached the end of safe and useful life expectancy from Landers CDJR North LLC in an amount not to exceed $1,070,714.40. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $1,070,714.40, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 7 is a resolution approving the expenditure of funds for the replacement of fleet vehicles that have reached the end of safe and useful life expectancy to AJ Doman CDJR LLC in an amount not to exceed $1,333,964. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $1,333,964, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 8 is a resolution approving the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 capital improvement project funds and approving a contract with Unicode Technology LLC for cloud disaster recovery and business continuity solution in an amount not to exceed $1,022,310, commencing upon execution through June 30, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 10 comes from the Hospitals and Health Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 10 is a resolution approving a new grant award in the total amount of $284,999 for the Shelby County Health Department pursuant to the VP-DIP immunization program grant to provide immunization services for the period beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2030, and authorizing the appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $284,999, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Items 11 and 12 come from the Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts Committee with Commissioner Sugarman as Vice Chair. Item 11 is a resolution approving the emergency purchase of 9 FlyPro Parrot Anafi UKR PRCS charging systems, 40 Parrot Anafi UKR batteries, 10 Parrot Abafu UKR Gov radios, Wi-Fi plus 5G, and one Para-Anafi UKR online training expenditure from Safeware, Inc. on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $209,509. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office grant funds in the amount not to exceed $209,509. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 12 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government on behalf of the Shelby County Government Division of Corrections and Medicalistics, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $320,986.75 from contract execution through June 30th, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods for the provision of next-gen electronic health record system, the related components, and the associated maintenance service. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Correction Enterprise Fund in an amount not to exceed $320,986.75, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 13 comes from the Conservation Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Mills. Item 13 is a resolution receiving and following the third quarter report of the Shelby Farms Park Conservancy for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Items 14 and 15 come from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 14 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 15 is a resolution urging the Shelby County Election Commission to disseminate updated congressional district information to ensure the education of Shelby County voters on changes to congressional districting across Tennessee, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant. Item 16 comes from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 16 is a resolution approving the sale of 61 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $230,725 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Items 17 and 18 come from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee, with Vice Chair Bradford as acting chair. Item 17 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and CS3 Inc. and the issuance of emergency purchase orders and a check to CS3 Inc. totaling $195,115.71 to provide temporary chiller services to the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center located at 637 Poplar. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in an amount not to exceed $195,115.71, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 18 is a resolution to grant a permanent utility easement, 30-foot wide water easement, and 10-foot wide electric easement in size over, across, and upon a tract of Shelby County-owned land located on the northwesterly side of Summer Avenue, approximately 1,550 feet southwesterly from the central line of Shelby-Oaks Drive to the city of Memphis for the use and benefit of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division for nominal consideration for its provision of utility services and maintenance thereof, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Items 21, 25, 26, 27, 29, 31, 32 come from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 21 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 15, adopted February 23rd, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $15,000 to Elite Performance Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 for the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $6,500 to Elite Performance Foundation, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $21,500. This item requires an expenditure of $6,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Ms. Clay Bibbs and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. This item was amended in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting. Item 25 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500. Oh, 25 was pulled. Thank you. Item 26 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $15,000 to Reaching Back, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Commissioner Erica Sugarman. Item 27 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $1,500 to the International Consortium of Young Artists, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $1,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 29 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Junior League of Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 31 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to City Leadership, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 32 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Aurora Collegiate Academy, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, second by Commissioner Caswell. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Shelby, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 5. I'm sorry, 9.
Item 9 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 9 is a resolution approving a 3-month contract extension with WellPath LLC for the provision of healthcare services to inmates and detainees for the Shelby County Jail, Shelby County Division of Corrections, and the Shelby County Youth Education and Justice Center in an amount not to exceed $9,126,396.97 for the period beginning July 1, 2026 through September 30, 2026. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2027 general operating funds in an amount not to exceed $6,297,213.90 and FY 2027 enterprise funds in an amount not to exceed $2,829,183.07 for a total cost of $9,126,396.97 for this extension term, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Will.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Shelby. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this item comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Is Director Gloucester here? I have just a question about the original contract that this is a contract extension for. As you're coming down, I heard multiple citizens just talk about this particular contract and a need for us to review the scorecard. And so can you just advise us on where we are with the RFP process, and has your office looked to any discrepancy with this particular scorecard? Is WellPath currently the lowest and best bidder on this item?
James Ross, Administrator of the Person. Good afternoon, Commissioners. There's still an active bid. Therefore, we can't discuss anything with this bid because it's still active.
And so is this a 30-day bidding process?
Pardon, I'm sorry?
Is it 30 days? How long has it been publicized?
I think we're past that point. but we're still in the process of going through the process, but I think we're past that point now.
Okay, so this is the point where I express frustration. I can barely hear what you're saying, so if it's gonna be like that all night, this is about to be miserable. So I don't know if IT can increase the volume, but we've been here before. So you're saying that it's currently out for bid for, this will be a new contract after the extension?
James Ross, administrative person, yes.
And so when did the bidding process start?
It was some months ago, started a few months ago.
Okay,
The
do you know
process.
when it'll close?
James Ross, administrative person, it's closed as far as someone trying to bid on it, but the process is still active as
I
far
see
as
what you're
selecting someone.
Okay, can you just send to the entire body for this contract that's being extended, who were the scorecard for the participation in the current bid? I would like to just lean into what the public's perception is. They're saying that the WellPath was the third runner-up here, and they were selected. That's news to me. I don't know when this came before the body, the initial one. This is just a 3-month contract extension, but it is sizable. So considering all of the feedback that we're receiving, I do think that it would be worthwhile for the incoming commission to look at the WellPath contract. And then can you just advise the public on, since the contracting process or the bid has closed, at this point, is there any recourse for citizens who care about this to do anything, or do they just have to wait for it to come on the floor before the commission?
James Ross, administrative person. So the first question, I was not here when that first bid, but if anybody wants information on that, there will be a public records request to get all that information about the last bid through our public records department to get that information. The second question, the bid is closed. As far as someone trying to bid on it, and I'm sorry, what did you ask, if when it was going to be done, or?
The
Your second
question,
question.
oh, am I recognized, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Going back to the first thing you said, so you're not able to provide us with the information? You're going to make us FOIA it to be able to get the info?
Well, yes, James Lawson, administrative person, that's, and it's been so long. Public records request for all of that information, where all the information is housed, depending
You
on what
can't
need.
access it?
Through public records. We would have to dig and go through a lot of types of things to records, files to get it, but all of that is filed in our contracts, and our public records department has all that information.
Okay, I do think it would be helpful when we're considering the extensions to see the original contract, but that might be legislative action that needs to happen. I looked at the documents that are provided to the public, and it doesn't provide any substance. Like, they can't really drill down to go back to see what the scorecard was, because the information just focuses on this extension. And then just going back to the bidding process, what is the recourse that the public has to be able to kick the dust on this item, so to speak? So do they have to wait on it to be an agenda item, or is there anything that can be done now that the bidding process is closed?
James Lawson, administrative person. At this point, there is nothing that anyone could do. We have to go through the process, let it take its course, because we would not want to tank the process. Ensure the integrity of the process is still intact.
And then just in closing, so we get to this point often where the only recourse we have is to wait until the item hits the floor as commissioners. So you have constituents who have been raising concerns about this. It gets on the floor, and then the administration is going to say it's too much of a burden to put this out for bid. We need these services now. It'll have some type of cost impact. So when citizens actually want to disrupt a contracting process, where does the process start, and when is it most appropriate for them to put pressure on the process to be able to reconsider someone who's chosen? Or I've seen that we've needed to redefine the scope of contracts that were too rigid. Like, there are many different things, but the way that we're approaching intervening is just not working. I have yet to see a contract broken down, a contract cast down. Like, it just doesn't happen, even though we have the authority to do so. So I guess speaking more specifically about this contract, when is it proposed that there's going to be an RFP out for bid that the public could review it before it actually goes out?
James Ross, Administrator Person. I'm not sure as far as once the bid is active and there is not a chance for the public to comment on it. But what I would say leading up to when the contract is about to expire and before the department really gets involved with the scope of work and things of that nature, that would be the time to have any meetings or add some input to it before the contract actually ends prior to it going out for bid.
And I'm going to ask the county attorney just to pipe in. I really want to make sure that we're not inching into territory that opens us up for any type of litigation. So if the county attorney could speak.
Yep, Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. Just to address some of the comments more generally, the purchasing rules don't necessarily contemplate the avenue that you're reaching for, because in order for the process to be, devoid of undue influence, the participants in any procurement process are highly limited. You have a department, you have the purchasing department, the department procuring the rules, and especially those individuals who are grading each participant in the process. Because there are so many different things and rules that affect each of those avenues, in terms of outside influence, the whole point is to make sure that it is not disrupted. When it comes to citizen participation, it is fully expected that there would be citizen participation in a venue such as this, where those grievances can be raised for any particular contract through their commissioner or directly at the podium. So right now what we have is a scoring process in process, so questions and answers will ultimately be limited by the process to protect the process.
Thank you to the county attorney. Seeing no more other commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. We have 12 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 19.
Item 19 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 19 is a resolution to establish a temporary spending freeze on Shelby County Commission Milton Community Enhancement Grant CEP expenditures through November 1st, 2026 in order to strengthen the Shelby County's fund balance and enhance long-term fiscal stability. Sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. We had, a 10-plus hour meeting, and somehow I missed this conversation. So I just wanted to hear from either the sponsors or, I guess, the only people here to speak on this item, perhaps Chief Tipton. Can you just tell us, so last year when we talked about a freeze, it was somewhere around September. The budget had passed. Here, before we even passed the budget, we're saying that we have a need to strengthen the Shelby County fund balance and enhance long-term fiscal stability. What exactly is the rationale for why this has to happen before we actually get our figures of where we are in terms of financials for the year? So is Director Tipton here?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I'm sorry, I must ask you to repeat your question.
So this is until November 1st. And last year we did something similar that I believe went from like September to January. That when I asked people, the freeze was lifted last year without a definitive time. So it just kind of eventually lifted. Here we have a hard stop of November 1st. Can you just say more about how this freeze differs from the previous freeze that we put in last September?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It doesn't really differ a lot. What this is doing is allowing us to keep the cash in order to pay for other relevant expenditures before we start getting the property tax revenue in. Last year, I think we were at a crisis mode last year because we had to figure out how we were going to pay it and get the loan in place and all of that. So we're ahead of the game on that now, and we're anticipating us potentially not having the cash. So this is one of the mechanisms we're putting in place to show that we will be able to continue all of our expenditures up until November. Then we'll release the cash for the CEP grants. It's not gonna stop them. It'll just delay us actually putting the cash out the door until November.
So $2.6 million becomes the focus, and we need just that amount? Why are we just focusing on the Milton Enhancement Grant being such a nominal figure for a $1.6 billion budget?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Basically, that is the only thing that I think we can actually use when we have to pay the utilities, the telephone, and salaries. Those things are non-negotiable. These type of expenditures are.
Commissioner Morrison?
Thank you, Chair. As most of you know, I'm not a fan of this program. I know that there's good work that happens, but the majority of our taxpayers would like these dollars to be spent by themselves. So I would make a motion to change the word temporary to halt.
I have a,
To halt the Shelby County Commission Milton Community Enhancement Grant expenditures.
I have a motion by Commissioner Morrison. I have a second by Commissioner Mills. Is there any objection? Objection by Commissioner Brooks. So if anyone wants to speak on,
Okay, so we have the language to establish a temporary spending freeze. So we're gonna take out establish a temporary spending freeze and say halt. Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
okay, if anyone would like to speak on the motion that is before us, if you could just clear the screen. Okay, the motion before us, would anyone like to speak on that? If not, we're gonna go to a vote about the amendment. There's an objection from Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I do object. And let me say this, it's not a majority that I can factually say do not want us to continue this program. Quite frankly, it's been a lot of social media activity about this program. It's been a lot of rumors about this program. Very few facts, very few. And the people who want us to get rid of it, let me just offer one suggestion. Take the part that's allocated to you and give it back. And those of us who are using this program to serve our constituents who are not served by this budget, who are on the ground, foot soldiers working in the community, let that continue. You do not have the kinds of issues, you do not have the kinds of needs, and you do not have the kind of neglect that I have in District 7, and I've seen in 8 and 10. So let me say this. there may be some things that need to be improved. Well, I say there are. A lot of things can be improved, even me. So let's do this. Let's not throw away a program that helps individuals who do not scale to capacity of large charitable organizations like a horse show or an opera or some kind of major academy, that kind of thing. You got individuals on the ground who are helping children in summer camps, who are helping mothers who need some transitional help from one lockup to another, whether it be behind bars or whether it be in the neighborhood with no transportation. These are the kinds of programs that grow organically from the ground and are served by the Milton Community Enhancement Grant Program. There has not been factually not one, only one hiccup in this program, and that individual is no longer here. That individual is paying for the abuse significantly and justifiably. Only one. So let's not make a big deal of something that's helping people on the ground that you don't know anything about and don't care anything about and don't see. So let's just move forward with what we have and fix anything that we see that need to be fixed right now. Let's not make up things. Don't make up things. Like I said, if you want to do something, give your allocation back to the general fund.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And I can empathize with those of you who want to either see the program go away or just put a pause on it. I would just say that before becoming a commissioner, I was an organizer. And so I know that throughout the calendar, there are times where programming peaks. So in the fall, programming peaks, in the spring, summer times. And so my concern is that, one, this is totally different than what we did last year. Two, it's going to have organizations applying for funds and getting them in the wintertime, which is just going to be awkward. And for so many organizations that have hopes of getting their little $2,500, $5,000, they just won't have access to that in the fall. We're already showing that we haven't prioritized, honoring what the moral budget has put out there or what some other more progressive groups have said. So a lot of people are bare bonesing the work, and I do want to see them have access to their dollars starting July 1st. It's my understanding that a previous commissioner, Commissioner Mark Billingsley, put a resolution on the floor that allowed for exiting commissioners to be able to have access to half the $200,000, which I just feel we should uphold today. So I'm just curious for, what is it? It's 6, 8, 10, and I want to say 7. We often top the charts in terms of need in the urban core. And so I would hope that those commissioners in particular and others would support not passing this particular item, allowing the funds to be accessible. And in my remaining 1 minute, I just want clarity around what's going on with the finances of Shelby County. Why is it, this is my first 2 years, we didn't have to do this. Now, last year, we had to do the freeze, and again, we're bumping the freeze up sooner. So I just want to control for it being a political play move. Why is it that it's necessary now for us to impact citizens to be able to balance our budget or to have access to our cash? That's a question to Chief Tipton.
Chief
Thank
Tipton,
you.
you're recognized.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. You spend what you have. And when you increase your expenditures every year and you don't increase the amount of revenue that you receive, eventually you're going to run out of cash. And that's what has occurred. Our expenditures have increased, but we have not increased our revenue sources. Therefore, each year when we pay out those expenditures, it chips away at the cash balance that you have.
So
When you
just in
first became a
closing,
commissioner, hold on, when you first became a commissioner, there was more cash, the cash was flush. Each year, the more expenditures are added to the budget, you have to pay those expenditures, so you're chipping away at that cash. You're taking out more than you're putting in. So it's not a political move, this is math.
so even with a 5-cent increase, we wouldn't have enough?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. If an increase is proposed, it will start to rebuild the process. It will start to rebuild the cash. So it won't fix the problem this year, but it would be a start.
All right, I have other commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Caswell, you're recognized.
I'm sorry. Thanks, Chair. I was just going to call the question because I had something to say, but she just
Commissioner Wright.
said it.
I'll allow Commissioner Wright, and then we'll vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add one point of perspective that I think is important that is addressed when we talk about this program, which is, you know, if you walk out of this building today and you take a few steps east, 2 blocks east, at our Justice Center, today it is closed by order of the Health Department. And I think when citizens see that those core parts of our county government seem to be falling apart and are not being kept in orderly repair, at the same time that we're spending so much time on nonprofit grants, I think they see that as misaligned priorities, that the core business of the county is not being attended to. And I think that's a huge problem that this body is going to have to fix. In addition to the ethical challenges that this program presents, the instant you are elected, you are going to be approached by any manner of people, and that presents a huge ethical problem, no matter how you feel about this program yourself. So, yeah, I would just encourage this body, whatever you do with this program, please put the core needs of the county first. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please prepare the screen for a vote, and this is an aye. You're voting on the amendment to halt the program. A no is a no to halting the program, as amended by, or proposed amendment by Commissioner Morrison.
Madam Chair, my screen is frozen.
Okay.
Aye.
What is your vote, Commissioner Sugarman?
No.
Okay. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Wright, Morrison, and Bradford. Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Shulman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant voted no. Have 4 ayes and 9 noes.
Okay, that motion fails. Commissioner Caswell, we're back on the main motion, main item.
Yes, I was
19.
just going to call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank
this
you.
is
I
your
kind of
third-
figured you were going to call the question. Director Tipton, before you,
Just a moment. Commissioner Thornton, this is your third time speaking on this item. We'll need to suspend the rules.
was that for the previous vote?
No, it was for the item before that. You had spoken twice on that item. So we just need to suspend the rules in order for you to speak a third time.
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, do that without objection. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Director Tipton, I just want to just have clarity about this because today we have a baked-in 5-cent tax increase. And so we're saying that even in lieu of us communicating to the public that we we're doing this to be able to balance the budget, that we still have this pressing concern for $2.6 million that we have to freeze. I can understand every other argument, but the need for the funds to be able to have the necessary cash. I feel like if we are going to increase the tax rate, that should be enough to be able to get the cash that's needed. This particular move, to me, throws off the previous calendar where it was said repeatedly in committee that the reason why we would need to do it in September is because what was coming in, I think, October or November. Now you're saying that we're going to start that process early. I could respect it even if it came back in September like before, but to say here in June that we already know for July and August that we need to freeze the program, there's not going to be a pressing need in July and August for these funds.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. As we previously stated, our taxes are collected mostly or primarily in the months of December through March. That's when we collect the bulk of all of our property taxes. That's when the cash comes in the door. For the rest of the months, we are spending down on that cash balance. So you're already well, not negative, but you've already used the bulk of your cash by June because you got it in March. So you got a cash balance, money in the bank. You're paying bills. You're going to continue to pay those bills up until we start to get cash again. And we're not going to start getting cash again, not a substantial amount, until around December, January. So reading this resolution, from what I'm understanding, is saying that we will not put any more cash out the door than we have to until November, when we start to gradually pick up receiving taxes again. Because we're not going to, even though we increase the tax rate, you're not going to get the money July 1. You're going to start getting the bulk of it in December, January, February.
So can you send to the commission what your projections are that are justifying that we need to take this move? What are you seeing financially in forecasting that's showing that we are not, to me, 2.6 million is not what we need, and I would just need to see the numbers that are showing that we exactly need $2.6 million to be in reserves to be able to get this work done and get the dollars out the door. I don't support this item. I don't think that it is exactly what it's presenting itself to be, and I can see how it can definitely be something else going on here. So, colleagues, I would love for you, on behalf of District 10 that needs the dollars, to not support this item. Thank you.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wiley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Thornton has voted no. We have 12 ayes and 1 no.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 20.
Item 20 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 20 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 18, adopted February 16, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $20,000 to Collierville Citizens Police Association, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $20,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Collierville Citizens Police Association, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $25,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I pulled this off the consent agenda because I didn't know actually what a Citizens Police Association would mean today. I do know what a citizens police meant back in the day, back in my day and back in my parents' day. It was synonymous, citizens police was synonymous with White Citizens Council, which was synonymous with militia, which was synonymous with KKK. So before I vote for this, I certainly need to know what this is, the Citizens Police Association. I just need to have a simple explanation as to what it is.
To the sponsor, Commissioner Bradford.
Yes, this organization helps raise funds for the Carville Police Force, things that are like temporary traffic lights, improvements to the police education area, that type of stuff. This is just a funding arm to help raise money for the police department in Carville.
All right, seeing no other commissioners, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. I have 12 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion, I'm sorry, was that it?
That's it.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 22.
Item 22 comes from Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 22 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 27, adopted March 30th, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $10,000 to Leadership Collierville, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Leadership Collierville, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $15,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. I pulled this item off the agenda because it is funding for the, what is this? Collierville, Leadership Collierville. And as I stated in my earlier remarks, and I truly believe this, that this grant program tremendously helps grassroots organizations with issues pertaining to survival, food, clothing, shelter, other issues in the community that do not have the capacity to make the budget, the general budget, or even get mentioned by some of these other categories that we have. They're totally ignored. So that's why I pulled this off the budget. I do not believe that the Collierville, Leadership Collierville fits this category as a grassroots organization. Thank you.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you. This organization is highly involved in Carville and has food pantries and other things for the less fortunate in Carville, so I'm honored to support this today. Thank you.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wiley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 12 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Have a public comment card from a Miss, I'm sorry, I can't, Shaniqua Watson, for item 8, because it was not pulled off of the consent agenda, but if you'd like to come and make a comment, you can at this time. Ms. Watson, if you could state your name and zip code for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
Shaniqua Watson, zip code is 38115. I would like to discuss the proposed increase to the property tax. I would first like to say that I am in complete opposition of the proposed in property taxes. As you all should know, the minimum wage of state of Tennessee is still $7.25. A large portion of homeowners in Shelby County are amongst the aging population. The aging population is currently on a fixed income. This may include Social Security, pension, and/or retirement. However, this is the only income that they receive. People who live in 38126 and 38106, which happens to be Commissioner Lowry's district, are currently amongst the poorest residents in the zip codes for Shelby County, as documented in the Memphis Poverty Fact Sheet. In Shelby County, it may be easier to say the Asian population can just get a tax freeze. However, as someone that was raised by their grandparents, they are not always familiar with these resources. In fact, I have had to leave Hickory Hill to help people who are seniors in South Memphis and North Memphis. Here is what I do know. Most of the people who vote for a lot of you all are in the Asian population. They are not going to be here to advocate for themselves. They have medical issues, and they will not be in favor of constantly hurting them, making things worse for them while they are simply trying to live and keep their home.
Parliamentarian, please read item 23.
Item 23 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 23 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 19, adopted June 1, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 Operating Budget in the amount of $1,500 to Code Crew, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $1,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Code Crew, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $20,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowry. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to amend by 3,000.
I have a motion to amend by Commissioner Lowry by 1,000, I'm sorry, 3,000, my apologies, 3,000. I have a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so move, making this amount $8,000. Nope, 23,000. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Total of 23,000. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 12 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 24.
Item 24 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 24 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 33, adopted June 15, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Collierville Rotary Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Collierville Rotary Foundation, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $17,500. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, can I have a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any commissioners in the queue? Seeing none, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. I have 11 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 25.
Item 25 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 25 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to MVP3 Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew Shalai.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 28.
Item 28 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 28 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Power Center Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Lowry. Commissioner Thornton, could I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Commissioner Lowry, you're recognized.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to amend by $2,000.
I have amendment, a motion to amend by Commissioner Lowry, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Please prepare the screen for a vote of $12,000. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 30.
Item 30 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 30 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Collage Dance Collective, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
A motion by Commissioner Lowry, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Commissioner Lowry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to amend by 2,000.
I have an amendment by Commissioner Lowry to amend by 2,000 to make this 12,000. A second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. I have 11 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 33.
Item 33 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 33 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $11,000 to Making a Difference Ministries, Inc., MAD, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $11,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman, Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai, and Commissioner Brittany Thornton, and this item was amended in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Thornton, could I have a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
You're recognized, Commissioner
Thank you,
Thornton.
Chair. I want to amend by $500.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton. Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Bradford to amend by 500, making this amount 11,500. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 34. Hold. Oh, okay. My apologies. Let's move to item 35.
Item 35 comes from the Education Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Item 35 is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis amending ordinance number 573 adopted April 14th, 2025, and furtherance of a program for high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten for all, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. This item was substituted in June 24th, 2025 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Clay Bibbs, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 36.
Item 36 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 36 is a resolution to carry forward fiscal year FY 2026 funds to School Seed Foundation in the total amount of $223,000 to fiscal year FY 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was deferred in June 15th, 2026 Commission meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Whaley, could I get a committee report?
Yeah, this item was deferred in our last commission meeting until today, so it didn't go through this last committee.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I want District 12 to know that the mayor signed off on it, so we will be having a skateboard park. So I want to withdraw this item.
What is this?
I move to withdraw this
I
item.
have a motion to withdraw from Commissioner Sugarman with no objections. This item is withdrawn. Can parliamentarian please read item 37?
Item 37 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 37 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office FY 2026 Grant Fund operating budgets and to expend grant funds in the amount of $383,175 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and matching funds in the amount of $127,725 for the purchase of port security equipment. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of federal grant funds in the amount of $383,175 and expenditure of FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office matching general funds in the amount of $23,910 and FY 2026 Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security matching general funds in the amount of $103,815 for a total purchase amount of $510,900, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. This item was an add-on and referred to Budget and Finance Committee in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 12 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item number 38.
Item 38 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 38 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Government Compensation Policy for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this item comes with a favorable recommendation.
Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 12 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 39.
Item 39 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 39 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Capital Improvement Budget for fiscal year 2027, FY27, in the amount of $176,761,862, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison. This item was substituted, amended, and sent down without recommendation in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this item comes down without recommendation.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. But you need to tell them to withdraw it then. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 12 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 40.
Item 40 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 40 is a resolution approving the Shelby County 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 through 2031, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was substituted and sent down without recommendation in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this item comes down without recommendation.
Okay. I have, where's it? Did I miss that one? Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion to amend this. Holmes Road was pushed back until 2029, and we have been waiting for about 10 years, and so this will just put it back on schedule to 2028. This area, Holmes Road, according to a research, it has been a reason why there have been many, many accidents. In fact, it was has been also reported as far as fatalities are concerned. And so I'm asking that it be put back on track as opposed to pushed out further down the road. Thank you. I made a motion. Can I get a second?
So there's a motion by Commissioner Sugarman to amend the fiscal year 2027 through 2032 capital improvement program to advance the Holmes Road expansion project from fiscal year 2029 to fiscal year 2028, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. Is there a second?
There's a second by Commissioner Lowry. Is there an objection? Okay. We have an objection by Commissioner Bradford. Yes, I'm going to ask the administration to come to speak on this. You're
Harold Collins,
recognized.
Chief Administrative Officer. Many of these projects are awaiting potentially funding from federal or state government. And we sort of try to align these particular projects with the expectation that the funding will come. Let me reach out to Director Norval to verify that if I could.
Yes.
But I think many of our roads and significant projects like that are always aligned with the potential of the federal or state funding that comes with it.
Director Norval, you're recognized.
Cliff Norval, Public Works. Chief Collins spoke correctly. Shelby County government chose to pursue federal funding for all new road projects decades ago because the expense was becoming extravagant. So we compete with other jurisdictions within the Mid-South, excuse me, for federal funding through the Metropolitan Planning Organization. They are the clearinghouse for this funding. And we have to submit a plan to them for the road projects in a 5-year plan. And that plan was submitted and voted upon by the MPO. And so that's the order of the road projects that are going to be constructed. Now, I also want to give a little bit of additional information. When we begin road projects, and because they do involve federal funding, there is a very specific protocol which we have to follow. When we use their money, we will get the project designed first, and then we submit it to TDOT for their approval. And when they approve the design, then they give us the go-ahead to begin purchasing right-of-way, and we cannot advertise construction until we complete right-of-way acquisition, and then we submit the plan to them once right-of-way is approved. Once right-of-way approved, then they give us the permission to actually bid the job. And when we bid the job, they review the bids that we receive, and then they give us permission to proceed. And so at this point in time, we do have a design that was completed on Holmes Road several years ago that Shelby County actually paid for ourselves. But that design was completed more than a decade ago, and so it is going to have to be redesigned according to current standards. And so that is why the funding is scheduled when it is in our 5-year plan.
Okay, and this is on the amended. So if you're wanting to speak on, everyone that's in the queue, are you wanting to speak on the amended by the motion by Commissioner Sugarman? Commissioner Thornton, are you wanting to speak on the amendment? You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So if this amendment passes, what does it recalibrate in the schedule?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. If this passes, I don't know what we can move. We'll have to go back and see what can be moved.
But the passing of the legislation will ensure that it will become a priority and that you will move something to accommodate?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Commissioner Thornton, what will probably happen is that projects that are listed for FY27 would have to be moved, simply because our policy is $150 million per year for capital projects. And if you notice in the budget, you'll see every year it is $150 million allocated for capital projects.
And what's the fiscal note to the sponsor to be able, if I may,
I would
through
have
the
to look
chair
up at the budget through the chair.
Do we know what's the fiscal note associated with passing this amendment?
Point of information.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It's in the budget for $5 million.
Okay, so we're saying that the passing of this particular budget amendment is going to now place a $5 million recalibration for fiscal year 27?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. That is correct. Each year, we balance the budget out for $150 million based on the projects that are in the queue. And people submit, our departments elected submit their projects in advance in anticipation of them occurring at a timely fashion. So if we change this $5 million, then we would have to shift other things around in order for that to occur.
Well, I would like, just closing, I only see one other item that's actually over $5 million for fiscal year '27 in the, well, I might be looking in the wrong category. It's not building and property. It would be roads and bridges that you would be moving around. So it's just one particular item that's a $6 million item.
And just for clarity, Commissioner Thornton, the amendment is for fiscal year '28, not '27. '28. Her amendment is to move the road expansion from fiscal year '29 to fiscal year '28.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Are we looking at something different? Holmes Road is in 31? 31, right? It's in fiscal year 31. So you want me to move it up to 27? That's what you're asking?
Commissioner Sugarman, do you realize that the Holmes Road is not in this 5 years in the fiscal year 31, which is beyond, oh, sorry. It's in 31, and your amendment says 29. Your caption, the
Right.
caption of your amendment.
So my understanding was it was moved up to 2029. So is it in the book for 2028 for 5 million? Is that correct?
What year is the Holmes Road project currently listed for? What fiscal year?
Fiscal year 31.
Okay.
Right, right. So again, Chair, point of information. This has been going on for 10 years. I would like it to be moved up to higher consideration. Because my district, we are underfunded, even though we have one of the highest tax-paying districts. And it keeps being pushed down further and further down the road. So I'd like it moved back. Originally, it was in 2028 until this came out, this proposed budget book. I want to go back on schedule. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, we have a few other commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Norval, Director Norval, is there something you wanted to add?
Cliff Normal, Public Works. The main thing that I wanted to add, Commissioners, is that if you move this funding up to '28, we will not be able to use it in '28. As I was describing before, there is a very specific process that we have to follow, and we will use Hacks Cross as an example. We have designed Hacks Cross Road, and we received permission from TDOT to begin the right-of-way acquisition last year. And we have been pursuing right-of-way acquisition for the Hacks Road expansion for a year, and we have not completed it because there are some property owners who do not want to sell. And so therefore, we're going to have to go through the condemnation process with those, and that's going to take another 6 months. And so just the right-of-way acquisition for that one project has taken us over a year and a half to complete. And so if you move that funding up to '28, we don't have the updated design right now. I'm going to have to go contract that out. The redesign of the Holmes Road will probably take a year, and then TDOT will have to review the design, make sure it's acceptable. Then they will give us permission to begin right-of-way acquisition. So I don't foresee us, even if we said do this today, TDOT is not going to give me permission to begin buying right-of-way before fiscal '29. And so construction and these projects, just to let you know, this federal funding is 75-25. So the federal government is paying 75% of the construction cost. So they're going to control the project. We don't, because they have the biggest portion of funding. And so I just want you to understand, even if you voted on it today, odds are we wouldn't get approvals to do anything before probably fiscal '30.
So Commissioner Sugarman, do you understand that even if this is passed, the funds will not be utilized in '28 because of the order of things that Director Norval just outlined?
Thank you, Director Norville, for making my points. Because since last year, we've been trying to get condemnation, et cetera, we still haven't gone to court, and we're halfway through this year. So if we put it back on the books, it may take a year or two, to your point that you just made so wonderfully, that it's gonna take a couple years. So if we push it back even further, I'll be dead and gone before this road is built.
Well, that's definitely not anything that we're speaking
I'm
into the
just saying
record.
that we keep pushing it back.
That's definitely not anything we want to speak into the record, Commissioner Sugarman. But I think what Commissioner Norval is trying to articulate is, even if you move it to 28, the funds won't be utilized because the other parts of the process in order to get that, which is including acquisition, land acquisition, won't happen by that time.
Madam Chair, I want to make one more point. Because if you all notice, Hacks Cross, if you go back through the budget books like I have, it's been in the budget book for years. But yet, and still, it wasn't until last year they actually started moving on it. And so my point is, if we keep pushing it down, when will it begin? The acquisition, all of that. I do understand that because Hacks Cross has been in the books, CIP books, for years. In fact, last year, for some reason, $6 million disappeared. Until I asked, to be put back into the budget book, and they said it was an error. But I want to put that on record. That I'm fighting for my district.
Understood.
And thank you.
Commissioner Brooks? Do you want to be recognized on the amended?
I do. I had a couple of questions in committee on Wednesday in reference to community projects that dealt with the Agri-Center guardhouses, Agri-Center Innovation District, contingency. So if someone could help me with that.
Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Director.
Cliff Norville, Public Works. Okay, Commissioner Brooks, I think I heard you ask two questions. The first question was about the guard houses at the Agri-Center. And the Agri-Center has requested assistance to put the security checkpoints in the Agri-Center because, quite frankly, over the past couple of years, they have been having a lot of security issues late at night. And they do their best to put up barricades after sunset to prevent people from coming in and doing damage, but they are going to plan to install some guard houses on key points to try to monitor that situation. So that's what that is for.
Okay, so while you're talking about that, let me just make sure. And that's in the amount of $682,000?
Yes, ma'am.
How many guard houses do you plan to have?
Cliff Norville Public Works. Well, I think right now they have planned design for 2 or 3. But these guard houses, it's not just a telephone booth. It's an entry point into the Agri-Center and our Shelby Farms Park property. And so they have a design base to suit that.
Okay, so I'm running out of time. So there's evidence or there's documentation that shows the need, the clear need for $682,000 worth of guard houses, right?
Cliff Norville Public Works, they have paid a consultant to design, and they have a set of design.
Okay.
Construction documents prepared.
Okay. So then my remaining time, if you could just briefly tell me what is the Agri-Center Innovation District and contingency?
Okay, Cliff Norville Public Works. Let me dispatch with the second part of your question first. I think you see the contingency line item. That is not specific to the Agri-Center. That is the contingency line item for the capital improvement budget itself.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be $1 million. The
Yes,
county
yes,
puts
sir.
$1 million contingency in the CIP plan every year and has as long as I can remember.
Have you
And-
always used it up?
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, ma'am. We have plenty of things around here that are broken.
Okay.
And then when we have to prepare this CIP budget, we actually are forecasting 5 years in advance of what things will cost. And so when we actually bid the projects and bids overrun the estimate that we had from 5 years previous, then we use the contingency to help us with that overage. Now, back to your question about.
I'm out of time, so I'll get back in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman? All right, Chair Avant.
Yes, I just wanted to state, I'm very much appreciative of Commissioner Sugarman advocating for our district, which I think we all want to do, and projects and how those come to fruition. The only reason I'm not going to be supporting this item is because of the things that we've just laid out. If the funds will not even be able to be used by 28, I think we can utilize them in 31 so that they can go through all those steps. If it has to be federally funded, 75% of that coming, and all of the land acquisition that does need to happen, I'm absolutely in support of this project happening. I just don't think that we need to move the project up if the funds will not even be able to be used by the year 28. So that's the only reason. I'm absolutely supportive of making sure that the Holmes Road project gets done in the year 31, and that Commissioner Sugarman will be alive and well to see it done. Those things will, just because of the process that it takes, and as outlined by the Hacks Road project, that there are these steps that have to happen. I just think it'd be not good use of us changing around projects that are already in line so that we can get those things done.
Thank you, Chair Avant. Commissioner Brooks.
So, Mr. Norval, let me move real quickly to the Agri Center Innovation District.
Yes, ma'am. Cliff Norwell, Public Works. In 2019, the Agri Center convened a large committee of all the shareholders, which are participants in the operation of the Agri Center function, and that is a technological, it's an agricultural technology incubator, for lack of a better term. And so if you haven't visited the Agri Center International property, you need to. They have a lot of test acreage out there for testing everything from pesticides and fertilizers to products. So that's the function. In 2019, they convened a large group of people, and they prepared a 20-year strategic and business plan and a conceptual master plan for the development of the Agri Center in the future. And so one of the phases is an innovation district. And I don't know if you're familiar with the Agri Center property. Maybe you've heard of Ducks Unlimited being out there. And if you've driven by the Agri Center down Walnut Grove, you've seen the solar panels that are down there. Just south of that property, the master plan calls for approximately 87-acre parcel. And on that 87-acre parcel, the strategic plan calls to build several buildings, and it's about 8 to 10 buildings, which would represent about 500,000 square feet of leasable space for new tenants to come in and farm on the property.
Okay, I got it now. Okay, I've seen all of that, but I'm not being able to align how it benefits all of Shelby County so that I can vote in the affirmative. Can you help me with that?
Well, Cliff Norville Public Works, it is not necessarily designed to benefit only Shelby County residents. It is really an experiment to assist agricultural industry, which provides food for the world. And so we have a lot of...
But hold that point. So who's funding it? The world?
Well, as a matter of Cliff Norville Public Works,
Seriously?
as a matter of fact, this $20 million that you see in the CIP project is only matching funds.
Okay.
And it would be matching funds which would match grants from all participants, federal government, state governments, other nonprofits who want to use our laboratory, agricultural laboratory, to invest in product improvements, which benefit not only Shelby Countyans, but the nation and the world.
Well, I see $5 million. $5 million.
Cliff Norville Public Works, please forgive me, I misspoke. In the 5-year plan, it shows $5 million in 1 year and then $2 million, but the overall plan is ultimately $20 million, and I just collapsed it into one. So in the out years, beyond your 5-year plan, you see there will be additional funding requests.
Okay, I'm out of time, but who's gonna pay the $5 million or the $7 million?
The $5 million will be, Cliff Norville Public Works, the $5 million will be programmed into Shelby County's budget as matching
It's
funds
coming
for
out of the
grants.
general fund. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Just picking up where we left off, so you're saying that it's a $20 million cost that the county has to put in to be able to get match funds?
Cliff Norville Public Works, the total over time of the 20 million that I mentioned will be matching funds that the county will match grant and federal funding, which it becomes available. At this point in time, these are projected potential grants. So if those potential grants don't ever come to fruition, then the county will not be matching any funds and we will not be investing in anything.
But the agricultural lab is able to get up and running off of a $7 million investment from the county?
Cliff Norville, let me clarify what I just said. The funds that you see in the 5-year CIP plan are designated as matching funds pending receiving grants. So if we don't receive grants, we will not be matching anything and the county will not be spending any of that money.
Okay, just to the chairwoman, we're still just talking about Holmes Road, right? I know I want to speak on this item, but is it appropriate to wait until we dispose of the
Yes.
amendment? Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so Director Norville, and for the public, Hacks Cross has been on the books, $6 million since 2022. I didn't go back when I did my financial analysis. And so my question then becomes, would you please send me an updated report on when the acquisitions will take place? Because they started last year. I want to know the court dates, when we can actually start breaking ground. Can you give me some type of time frame in writing so I can go back to my constituents? Because this has been in the budget for, I know, since 2022, $6 million. And also, I've got some homework for you. Okay, so when I was doing my analysis, I came across CTAS. And I didn't realize highways has a maintenance of effort. And I would like to get with you to discuss this, how this will impact our budget in the future. Thank you.
Please, Cliff Norville, please forgive me. I cannot hear her questions very well.
The CTAC, what was the last part of your question?
I would like to have a discussion about the highway MOE, maintenance of effort. There are 5. I didn't realize that when I started doing my research. So I'd like to discuss how will that impact our budget going forward, because it's over a 5-year trend. And then the first thing I said was, give me an update as far as Hacks Cross, as far as acquisition. I know they started last year, but do you have a court date, time frame, when we're going to break ground? Because my constituents want to know. So if you give me something in writing about a time frame.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this item. Commissioner Whaley?
Yeah, I was just going to call the question on the motion to amend.
Okay, the motion to amend the capital improvement budget to move the Holmes Road project up to the year 2028. If you're voting aye, you're voting yes to amend. If you're voting no, then you're voting no to this change. And motion to amend at the commission at this level require a majority vote of the membership, so at least 7 votes to amend. Please prepare the screen for a vote. please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant voting no. We have 2 ayes and 9 noes.
We're back to the main motion. Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to move to amend the language under the one-time projects. We had moved in committee to amend the 27 budget to change the Treadwell Middle School allocation to deferred maintenance. So I just want to make sure that's reflected in the 5-year plan. The amount's the same, but just changing the language in the exhibit from Treadwell Middle School MSES to deferred maintenance MSES.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so move. Commissioner Thornton?
Is anyone here from MSCS? I do have a question. I support shifting the dollars from the new school to the deferred maintenance. Do we know which of the long-running list of deferred maintenance priorities will be prioritized? Is there any indicator of how the additional 10 million will be allocated?
Commissioner Whaley?
Yes, so typically, the way the process would work is based on our approval of the budget, they would then have to approve their budget again. They're probably gonna do that tomorrow. And so once that's approved, it'll come before us to approve their fiscal year 27 budget, which would list out the projects that would add up to that amount.
So if I want to advocate, then it's time for me to go talk to them to try to get in before it comes to us that we would have the opportunity.
Right, because they'd have to approve it first.
Okay. And do we know is this a conversation with the superintendent? Who would be the best point of contact to the board chairperson, I hear you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest reaching out, yeah, certainly board chair, Dr. Richmond. I mean, ultimately, the board itself will have to approve their budget. And so they're gonna approve it to match what we do, both on the operating and on the capital.
And just as a point of information, I know the oversight board has come into conversations. So ultimately, the oversight board is approving their budget? Or does anyone have that information? Through the chair to the.
I'm not sure about that process. Yeah, and I want to make sure that make sure the topics are relevant to the item that is before us. Commissioner Bibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just gonna answer her question that you have until tomorrow to advocate for with board members. It's the board members that have to actually vote on where their deferred maintenance dollars go. So the same way you would have to advocate here, you would have to get the board members to do it. And I think Commissioner Whaley just stated tomorrow they're voting on their budget.
Okay, thank you.
Let's prepare the screen for, did you have?
Oh, Chair, I have 50 more seconds. I had a question. To Director
We did.
Tipton, the Cawthorn Clinic, I had a question about that. When was it? It's slated for fiscal year 28, and it's my understanding that that has been pushed back. Can someone speak on that? Anyone here?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Is Dr. Randolph in the room?
Dr. Randolph, are you able to speak on the question?
Dr. Bruce Randolph, Interim Director, Shelby County Health Department. So it's my understanding that this item is on hold in terms of when we will start the renovations.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, Dr. Randolph, I have no clue what you said. You said what regard is, I'm asking about the Cawthorn Clinic. So it previously was, I honestly don't know offhand if it was a 26 or 27 item, but now it's slated for 28. And I'm just trying to understand the justification for pushing back the renovation. We've already had community notice and anticipation about this particular renovation. I want to know what exactly is the justification for pushing off the $10 million investment in the community.
Dr. Bruce Randolph, Interim Director, Shelby County Health Department. So it is my understanding that our policy is that before we submit a RFP, that funds are in place in order to cover that RFP. It's my understanding that all the funds were not there in place and that we needed to move it back to another year to ensure that this fiscal year it would be in place. Coming up, the budget, fiscal year 28.
Okay, thank you.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 11 aye votes.
That motion passes. We're going to try to hopefully get through a few of the other items on the agenda prior to getting to the operating budget to see if we can get to those quickly. Please read item 42.
Yes, ma'am. Item 42 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 42 is a resolution approving a 90-day extension of sealed bid I-000841 and the expenditure of funds for the purchase of automotive repair parts and supplies from Union Auto Parts in an amount not to exceed $125,000. This item requires expenditure of FY 2027 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in the amount not to exceed $125,000, subject to the adoption of the FY 2027 operating budget, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. This item was an add-on in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this item comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Can you please prepare the screen for a vote? Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 43.
Item 43 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee with Chairwoman Avant as acting chair. Item 43 is a resolution by the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, approving a contract with Cornerstone Government Affairs, Inc. for the provision of federal government relations consultant services with 2 one-year options to renew. This item requires expenditure of legislative operations funds in the amount not to exceed $150,000. Sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant. This item was an add-on in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I Have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, second by Commissioner Thornton. This came down with a favorable recommendation. Please prepare the screen for a vote.
Excuse me, Chair, my screen's not voting, but I vote aye.
Aye by Commissioner Morrison. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 43. I'm sorry. No, 44.
Yes, ma'am.
My apologies.
No
44.
worries. Item 44 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 44 is a resolution approving an expenditure of Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Operating Funds in an amount not to exceed $139,976.50 for the purchase of a 25-passenger jury bus. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount not to exceed $139,976.50, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. This item was an add-on in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Mills, a second by Commissioner Shalai. Commissioner Wright, can I get a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, this was an add-on in committee, comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, please prepare the screen for a vote. Aye by Commissioner Morrison. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 45.
Item 45 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 45 is a resolution ratifying the emergency purchase of 5 Harley-Davidson police motorcycles from Southern Thunder Harley-Davidson on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $142,464.95. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount not to exceed $142,464.95. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright, this item was an add-on and sent down without recommendation in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Morrison, a second by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Wright, can I get a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, this comes down without recommendation.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 47.
Item 47 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 47 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 52 adopted March 30th, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to YMCA of Memphis in the Mid-South, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to YMCA of Memphis in the Mid-South, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $22,000. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
Can I get a motion? Motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down without recommendation.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 48.
Item 48 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 48 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 24, adopted June 1st, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY Operating Budget in the amount of $35,000 to Memphis Child Advocacy Center, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $35,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $11,500 to Memphis Child Advocacy Center, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $46,500. This item requires an expenditure of $11,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, sent down without recommendation in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting. And assuming there's no opposition,
You can read the rest of,
we
yes.
could read 49 and we can vote together unless there's an objection.
Why don't
'cause
we go
they're
ahead and
similar.
read 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54.
Well, the one doesn't meet the requirement of the permanent rule, so let's remove 54.
Okay, I'll put 54.
Actually, a few of them don't meet the requirements, so we'd have to, so I'll read the ones that don't have that language, if there's no objection.
With no objection.
Okay. Item 49 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 49 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 33 adopted June 15th, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $17,500. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item was substituted in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting. Item 50 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Protect Our Aquifer, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
53.
Item 53 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to William R. Moore College of Technology, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai. This item was an add-on in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
All right, I have a motion. Can I get a motion? Vice Chair Bradford, a second. Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton can have a committee report for these items.
These items come down without recommendation.
Okay, can you please prepare the screen for a vote? We're voting on 48, 49, 50, and 53. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wiley, Caswell, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
That motion passes. All right, we're going to go back up to item 41. Please read item 41.
Item 41 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 41 is a resolution approving and appropriating Shelby County Government's operating budget for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was amended and sent down without recommendation in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
Can I get a motion? Motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, item comes down without recommendation.
Okay, we have several comment cards. Due to the number, we're going to give 2 minutes to each speaker. If you come to the mic, say your name and your zip code. I'm going to share a few names so that you can be prepared to come forward. Allison Donnell, Dorothy Connor, and Lee Arnold. Allison Donnell.
Can you all hear me? This process would be made easier if y'all actually had an accessible lectern, just for future reference. My name is Allison Donald. I serve as the co-chair of Better Transit for Better Memphis and an independent living specialist for Disability Connection Mid-South. Today we are asking the Shelby County Commission to oppose the Build America 250 Act because it threatens the future of federal public transportation funding and would put Memphis transit riders at even greater risk. We are also asking the County Commission to restore its investment in MATA with a minimum annual contribution of $5 million and to support permanent county representation on the reconstituted MATA board so that continued investment is matched by meaningful public oversight and accountability. These are not just budget decisions, they are decisions that affect whether people can get to work, access health care, attend schools, support their families, and fully participate in community life. Better Transit for a Better Memphis believes public transportation is a shared responsibility. We need the city and the county to work together to build a transit system that is reliable, accessible, transparent, accountable, and adequately funded. We appreciate your consideration today, and we look forward to working with each one of you to move public transportation forward in Shelby County. Thank you.
Dorothy Connor.
My name is Dorothy Connor, and my zip code is 38107.
I am here to ask that you invest money into MATA. MATA currently serves the Memphis and Shelby County area. There are tax-paying citizens and registered voters who are not receiving bus service in North Haven, Boxtown, and the Germantown Parkway area. These people need public transportation. Even if they don't live there, they work in these areas. Currently, MATA is functioning on an abbreviated fleet. Older buses, high mileage buses, responsible for frequent breakdowns and no-shows. Passengers are waiting sometimes in excess of 2 hours between buses to catch a ride. People are subject to get sick in this 90+ degree heat because there is not adequate bus service. People need services to go to work, school, doctor's appointments, pay bills, and their daily activities. Also, the paratransit services are not adequate for the citizens of Memphis. We are asking that you invest in MATA, as MATA is the lifeblood of the city. It gets people to jobs. It helps the city to function. And we need this service. It has been defunded over the years. The entire Memphis population and the far-reaching areas need this service.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Arnold, past co-chair of Better Transit for Better Memphis and Micah's Transit Equity Team, and a leader with Memphis Catholics for Social Justice. Thank you for your earlier support of MATA, which we greatly appreciated, and unfortunately, because previous Mayor Strickland and current Mayor Young have not given you the opportunity to appoint one board member, and we will continue to fight that you get the ability to appoint one board member so you can resume your funding. President Trump's guiding policy document, Project 2025, formulated by the Heritage Foundation, called for the elimination or great reduction of federal funding for transportation directly to cities, especially public transportation, replacing with block grants to states to let them determine how reduced amounts would be allocated. Given our state's attitude towards Memphis, we believe prior funds for MATA will most likely go to rural, more red counties in far east of Memphis for bridges and roads. This plan is coming to fruition with the Build America 250 Act now being developed by Congress and coming up for passage when the Congress returns from its break. This could be a rare opportunity for bipartisan opposition. We are asking the Shelby County Commission and Mayor today, and the city and Mayor and City Council, to pass resolutions opposing the transportation infrastructure provision in the Build America 250 Act that catastrophically threaten the future existence of MATA. This should be a bipartisan response to the proposed gutting of federal funds for public transportation. This is an existential threat that's coming down within the next 2 months. The city has underfunded MATA for 10 years at 30 to 32 million. Just with inflation adjustments, that should be about 50 to 52 million today. MATA lost the county funding because of what I just said a minute ago. This was due to their lack of vision and understanding of partnering with the county. Almost 60% of the county residents live in the city of Memphis. They need this funding. We need a joint effort between the city and the county. It can no longer be tolerated. Thank you, and I hope you'll support us with a resolution. Thank you.
I'm going to call the next 3 names: Annika Zasley, Harriet Wallace, and Rebecca Gilmore.
Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I'm also going to piggyback on matter does need funding. We need funding for transportation. Transportation is here sucks. It really sucks here. The public transportation really sucks. You guys need to somehow be able to help fund the transportation. You guys may need it one day when your car breaks down, or you can't have anybody to help you get to and from work or any other places because your car is not working or your family member is not unable to get you, and they have to use the transportation, use their cars for their transportation. So your only option is to catch the bus, and no buses will not be within your area, so you have to walk to a bus stop that does have that the buses do run. So please make it where transportation is being funded and more reliable. Thank you. Gotta go.
Thank you, Attica. All right, Harriet Wallace.
Good evening. Harriet Wallace, 38116. I happen to represent District 10 and would like to encourage the 700K District 10 budget amendment be approved so that the neighborhood associations in District 10 can work on their neighborhood improvement projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. All right, next card, Rebecca Gilmer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Rebecca Guillory Gilmer, zip code 38114. Commissioner Thornton, I missed you last week at Laurel, Kitchen Laurel. I'm a recent resident now of District 10, and my husband and I moved here. My husband of 46 years and I moved here from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Orange Mound less than 1 week ago. It'll be a week tomorrow, and we are proud to be a part of that community and its rich and significant history. And based on your decorum and deeply insightful questions, I'm now also proud of you. And I hope I get a chance to spend a little time with you before your term expires. I stand before you all to offer a few words of testimony regarding dependable, accessible, and adequately funded public transportation. Since my high school days in New Orleans, Louisiana, yeah, baby, I have benefited from reliable public transportation. My parochial high school had no school bus service. Without dependable and safe public transportation, I could not have attended the all-African-American, all-female Xavier Prep High School. I spent many hours on those buses, those 4 years reading. I graduated from my high school with honors, and I attended the University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League school. I would not have had that privilege without consistent and reliable public transportation. My husband earned his PhD in theology from Duquesne University, traveling to and from campus on public transportation. And before our move here from Pittsburgh, no, actually before we moved to Pittsburgh, we were cautioned about that public transportation system, only to come here and find folks tell us, do not ride it. And one anecdote, just yesterday, I rode the 36 up Lamar to church. And I don't know if you know how often that bus runs on Sunday. It's once every 3 hours. Where I live, it's a 12-minute drive to the airport. It's a GPS documented 2-hour, 9-minute ride on the bus. I'm asking that even if you don't use the bus, I'm not going to ask who does because I don't want to embarrass anyone, but even if you don't use it, please think about my story, think about everything else you're hearing, and fund matter and provide dependable, accessible, and adequately funded public transportation to this remarkable city.
Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert. All right, the next three cards I have are Kristen Colbert, James Chambers, and Amari Austin. So, Mrs. Colbert.
Hello, my name is Crystal Colbert, zip code 38133. I am a current leader of the Collective Blueprint at the University of Memphis, and my experience there has been really good. I feel that being at the Collective Blueprint has gave me many resources that I didn't know was available here in Memphis, and it's allowed me also to be able to have access to mental support as far as like free therapy and just having people to connect to, and to also be able to get a education where I was able to be provided financial support. I'm here today to encourage you all to support a grant for programs that will impact young adults for their career and for education and for them to be able to earn and learn. And I just want to be able to inspire other young people to do the same thing.
All right, thank you, Ms. Colbert. I've got James Chambers, and I've also got Amari Austin.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amari Austin. I am currently the Advocacy and Organizing Specialist at the Collective Blueprint. And I just wanted to take a moment to just reflect a little bit about the last 10 years I've spent here, almost a little over 10 years I've spent here in Memphis. So I'm across the bridge, and I come from Little Rock, Arkansas, where I've noticed and been inspired and it's been instilled in me to pour into our young adults. I think what drew me to Memphis the most was the resilience and the heart that I noticed, that I heard so much about, sometimes seeing during the summer, during my transition here to Memphis. And shortly after graduating Rhodes College is where I found myself as AmeriCorps Vista at the Collective Blueprint. Now, being there over 6 years, I'm finding opportunity to support young adults like you just heard from Crystal and like you'll hear from James, being able to earn stipends as they learn professional skills and get support transitioning into employment. A lot of talk has been coming up in the media about what it means to support young adults this summer, to have preventative care for crime initiatives, to pour into unsafe task force. And I think it's a moral obligation. And when we talk about moral, I ask and encourage you to consider adding on the moral budget funding, and specifically focusing on opportunity youth funding to your final budget. Thinking about youth, thinking about what it means to encourage youth. Here in Memphis, we do have an opportunity thinking about the percentage of young adults under 25 that will make up future generations and lay the groundwork for Memphis to continue to have the reputation it does, right? And so thinking critically about what it means to think about the public health initiatives around mental health supports. Think about what it means to fund opportunity youth to be able to earn more, earn a living wage, over a living wage, and continue to pour back in this city. And so when I talk about considering the moral budget, I'm really asking you to consider, what are you doing in service of the young adults here that live in Memphis? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. And lastly, in this group, Mr. Chambers.
Hello, my name is James Chambers, 38112. I'm here today to speak on the chance for you to increase funding for our Opportunity Youth of Memphis. I had a dream that one time I would become a pilot in service of Memphis. However, I was unlucky enough then that I was surrounded by people who did not see my future being prosperous. But now I'm surrounded by family and friends who recognize that I do have a chance at being a pilot and have a prosperous future. One of my friends told me about the Collective Blueprint program and of how they value our youth. I attended that program and became an IT professional at St. Jude. And while I was attending that program, I can only imagine about how many other youth do not have access to this sort of thing. What I really want to get home today is that we need to get our opportunity youth is our most underutilized resource in Memphis, even though that our opportunity youth is our future of this city. Time is our most abundant resources that we historically waste. We have to capitalize on our opportunity youth if we want this city to be prosperous. And having more programs like the Collective Blueprint or any other program designed to increase their economic opportunities would overall benefit Memphis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. All right, the next three, and I believe these are the final three cards I have on this item, Suzanne Jackson, Ms. Karan Folsom, and Judge Dreek Sugarman. Suzanne Jackson, you want to start us off? Suzanne Jackson.
Sorry, I have some hearing issues occasionally. Good evening, commissioners and the public. I'm Suzanne Jackson, 38111. Even with your painstaking efforts in analyzing potential cuts and additions last Wednesday and during the budget process, what Shelby County has been doing generally in budgets has not been working. Shelby County has an opportunity to take a proven path to move up from the bottom in economic vitality, as was cited in the Milken report that says we are 205 out of 206 large U.S. metropolitan areas. It is time, even past time, to adjust the tax rate up to provide for the needs of the people of Shelby County, all of the people. The inequities in Shelby County continue to widen as we continue to follow the state mandate to adjust down the tax rate to maintain the previous year's total taxes collected, giving a tax break windfall to people, corporations, and some businesses whose property values are increasing and who are already thriving, if not wealthy. Consequently, they do not pay their fair share to our total community needs. While this might seem like short-term gains for some, these continued inequities don't help any of us. Meanwhile, we fail to provide the services and economic investment needed in our communities and neighborhoods that have been long disinvested. For years, we've been told there isn't enough money for transit, housing, mental health care, or youth programs. Not enough to use our tax dollars to invest in the communities that have been left behind for decades. Currently, little help is coming from the state or federal government targeted to the actual needs expressed by our residents. Shelby County will have to use our own tax dollars to provide for the vital needs of residents. Right now, Shelby County has a choice: continue pouring money into punitive systems that have not been effective, or invest what truly builds safe, thriving communities, families, adults, teens, and children. Hopefully, you will choose moral budget investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. All right, Ms. Folsom.
Karan Folsom, and I just want to say I'm coming here in my personal capacity. My zip code is 38016. Madam Chair, or Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, County Administration, fellow citizens, I stand before you today not just as an advocate, but as a voice for every public servant, every citizen who walks through the doors of Shelby County government buildings, expecting safety, dignity, and justice. Today, the courts at 201 Poplar are closed. Signs on the doors declare that this building must not be occupied until Health Department grants permission to reopen. Let that sink in. And the seat of our criminal justice system is uninhabitable. This is not a maintenance issue. It is a public health emergency. And 201 Poplar is not alone. The Shelby County Juvenile Court building has been shut down
due to asbestos, mold, and lead hazards as well. Employees were getting sick, and Judge Tarek Sugarman himself has said is one hurdle we face after another. This nearly century-old building has not had the appropriate maintenance it needs in quite some time. But here is a deeper truth. We did not get here overnight. These buildings did not fall suddenly. They failed because we allowed deferred maintenance to become a norm. We responded to crises instead of preventing them. And in doing so, we have failed the very people who make our government work. Our judges, our court staff, our correction officers, and the countless public servants who show up every day to serve this community. We cannot wait for a loss of life or limb to finally take action. That is not leadership. That is negligence. And while we rightfully focus on physical infrastructure, we also must recognize that our people, our elected officials, our judges, and our judicial branch employees deserve equitable funding for salaries and operations. You cannot ask dedicated public servants to deliver justice in buildings that make them sick, on salaries that fail to reflect their value, while operating under budgets that force them to choose between basic needs and public safety. The judicial branch is not a luxury. It is a co-equal pillar of democracy. It cannot be function without safe facilities, fair compensation, and operational resources that allow it to do its constitutional work. When we shortchange our courts, we shortchange justice itself. So I'm here today to ask this commission to draft a resolution that will use contingency funds to commission a county-wide facilities assessment, a comprehensive evaluation of every Shelby County government building so we can prioritize deferred maintenance with data and not panic. We have seen this approach work before. The County Commission has previously authorized funds from contingency reserves for critical audits and assessments. Let us do the same for our facilities. We owe every judge who presides over a courtroom, every clerk who processes a filing, every officer who maintains order, and every citizen who seeks justice.
Ms.
Let us
Folsom,
stop waiting
we need to
for
wrap
the
up.
next building to be condemned. Let us stop waiting for the next preventable death. Let us act now. Thank you.
Judge Sugarman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Judge Tarek Sugarman, Shelby County Juvenile Court. My responsibility to every child, parent, guardian, attorney, community partner, and employee at juvenile court is to ensure they are provided an environment that is safe, functional, and capable of supporting the work that we do. We're not talking about simply replacing ceiling tiles, fixing plumbing, or repairing an elevator. A major, at minimum, renovation is needed at juvenile court. We've also learned that if this project proceeds as a major renovation, portions of the work may trigger additional requirements under the international existing building code as adopted by the Shelby County Commission. Depending on the final scope, those requirements may include structural evaluations and seismic upgrades. It also raises an important question. Can children, families, staff, attorneys, and community partners realistically and safely remain in the building while years of construction are underway? The conditions inside the building are already affecting daily operation. There is brown contaminated water, lead, reoccurring leaks, mold, and asbestos concerns in an aging infrastructure. Inoperable elevators, so we are not ADA accessible or compliant. And issues of environmental concerns continue to impact the people who enter our doors every day. This building represents years of deferred facility maintenance. We've worked around these conditions for years. We've accepted limited temporary repairs. We've adjusted. But there comes a point when simply managing a problem is no longer a responsible decision. This building serves hundreds of people every single day. You've seen the photographs. We've sent you a video to look at of our conditions. You also have been invited to tour the building and welcome that opportunity. Can we continue to welcome babies into an environment where we have our Safe Babies Court into a court that is not safe for babies? While we continue to do this work, we hope that you will work with us to cure these environmental conditions and make this place safe for children and families to enter. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, where to read the motions? Yeah. All right, so at this point, Commissioner Whaley, I'm going to ask you just to give an overview of the process of where we are with the budget. Just to, we are able to all be on the same page about the process moving forward in order to get the operating budget approved. So Commissioner Whaley, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I think, just, we did do a lot of good work in committee, going through that, and so the first thing I want to just bring to your attention is essentially this, kind of like Christmas-colored spreadsheet that lays out all of the amendments that were presented to date. So the first few of them up at the top were the ones that we did. Okay, so the first ones at the top are the ones that we had done the Wednesday prior. And then, sorry, just above that, just so you understand where these numbers came from, at the top you see the recapture rate on the tax rate, which is 2.663814. And then below it are the two rates that we have been basing these amendments off of. One is 269, which is an increase over the recapture rate of 2.6 cents, and then 271, which is an increase of 4.6 cents. And in the tax rate, we have restricted those 2 pennies to the general fund balance. And so we've been simply working off of 269. So after, if you follow the math here, after we accounted for those amendments that were made to hit the fund balance from 2 Wednesdays ago, that left the sort of remaining space between the recapture rate that the proposed budget is based on and the 269 at about 4 million. So we started at 4 million in committee. We first started with cuts. You saw that here. Some were accepted, some were not. And then that left us at the end here with 2.462 million, which is the gap between, again, 2.663814 and 2.69. So what I would suggest as we consider further motions to amend, that we take them in the same order in terms of, and I think that's how they're presented for us today. So they're first reductions in the budget, and then internal amendments, and then external amendments. And these are all only ones that we have already considered before us. So any amendment would require a majority vote. So it requires 7 votes of the body to be adopted onto the amended item. The other thing I would note, and I think you've stated this before, Madam Chair, is that the good news is that we do not have to solve every issue today. As we all know, we often take budget amendments almost every meeting throughout the year. So we don't need to create kind of a false deadline in the sense of solving every challenge in front of us, because that too often will lead to not fully thinking through how the program will be administered. So what I would still press, and this is what I did earlier, is that there should be no rush to necessarily spend all of this gap, because we know we're going to have needs that will come up. We've already heard from some of them, and so we want to make sure that we're in a position to be able to meet those needs. But if we find ourselves in a rush to spend it all down, then I fear that we will not be in a place to be able to do that. So having a remaining balance here is a good thing, because it just goes back to the fund balance, and nothing prevents us from amending the budget as we do almost on a regular basis. So with that, I think I'll turn it back over to you. We've got these motions. We can take them up as you please and go from there.
Okay. I have one other comment card. It's a general comment card. Carrie Litton.
To provide some context, I am Judge Sheila Bush.
Ms. Litton, if you could say your name and zip code.
Carrie Litton, 38107.
And you could pull the microphone down some so that it's.
Okay. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name is Carrie Litton, and
basically, want to say support the funding for mental health court program. I had previously had gone through the program from 2024 to, I graduated December 4th of 2025 last year, and it is a wonderful program. It gives inmates second chances to commit to getting their life straightened out and walking down a better path. And I seriously, really, I'm nervous right now. I'm not a big on speaking.
Take your time.
So, all I just want to say is the funding for it, I seriously think that would be I'm so sorry. I'm not a big speaker. But, yes, I totally feel that the funding for this program would, benefit a lot of inmates, and, it benefited me very, very well, and it helped me out in so many different levels. I did have a few stumbles along the way the first few rounds, but once I finally had my last chance, I was like, I've got to get through this. I need the help because I'm sick of going down rabbit holes because I'm a former drug addict, and I really am grateful for mental health court. They really helped me out in more ways than anybody could ever understand. And I really love this program, and I think funding the program is would be good interest.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming down. All right, so colleagues, you have before you a stack of amendments that have been brought forth. These were amendments that were not approved in our committee, and so, of course, we gave commissioners the opportunity if they wanted to bring any other amendments at this time. These are only budget amendments that have already been heard. There are no additionals, there are no add-ons to the budget process. So I'm going to start with Amendment 41A, which,
Point of information.
yes,
Okay, so let's say there's something on this sheet here. Can we reconsider those?
yes.
What is that process? Is after the ones what is the process?
We're going through the stack that is in front of you. If there are any other amendments that you would like to make, then you can make them at that time, after we've gone through the stack of 41A through G. Okay, parliamentarian read 41A.
Item 41A is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reduce the Sheriff's Department budget based on historical expenditure trends, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this basically takes the fiscal year 2026, and it goes back to 2026. And again, everybody's making sacrifices. As you all know, we have stated that we are in a situation where our fixed costs are increasing, but we're not seeing an influx of revenue. In fact, it's stagnant. And so that is a concern because, number one, there are 5 maintenance of effort, not just the Shelby County Election Commission, Sheriff's Department, Finance and Administration, et cetera. And so what this does is we can take it back, but we cannot go back beyond 2026 because that is the threshold. And if you look at, and I mentioned this in the meeting on Wednesday, for example, they have over budgeted and underspent. And I went back to 2022 every fiscal year. And so again, this just closes the gap between what's being budgeted as opposed to what's actually being spent. And as you stated, Chair, if they need to come back, like they usually do, they can come back. But the concern is we're increasing our budget each year since 2022, since I've been here. And the concern is we're not going to be able to continue to fund. And I'm not a proponent of raising taxes. And so I think we should stick to 2026 budget that was adopted. And it's not that much difference. If you see that what they budget for 2027 is 207.2 million, as opposed to what they budget in 2026, which is $206.6 million. And also, if you look at the motion, if you look at 2022, what's actually expended versus what was adopted, there's a variance of 4.8 million. 2023, there's also a variance. And so again, it's just to close that gap because we really want to get down to what, the divisions actually need. Because again, the slope is going up as far as the budget, but what's coming in is at it's flat. Especially when we have, and I know Mayor Young has spoken to this, we have a decreasing population in Shelby County, and that means a decrease in the tax base. So that is a huge concern, especially when we have so many mandates that are pushed by the state that we have to make sure that we're very cognizant that when we start increasing the budgets, we can't go back. We cannot go back. And so that is a huge issue. Thank you.
So there's an amendment before us, and so before, if there's going to be discussion, I think are we accepting this amendment without objection? If not, then we need an objection so we can discuss. I have an objection from Commissioner Mills. I'm going to let CAO Lindsay speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I just want to remind the Commission that there is a maintenance of effort on salaries for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Excuse me. So there's one increase in fiscal year 2027, and that's primarily based upon the ordinance that this body passed for the salary of the sheriff. And then as it relates to Commissioner Sugarman's instant motion, if you take the Sheriff's Office budget back to 2026, basically you're eliminating all the contractual obligations that we came before you already. So earlier, a couple of Wednesdays ago, we came before you. There are contractual increases in information technology, building security, etc. So if you take it back to the 2026 level, you'll be eliminating all of those increases. And further to that point, something else I was going to say. Oh, the information provided, the historical trends. I understand fiscal year 2022, 23, and all that, but if you look at fiscal year 2025, you'll see that in salaries, we've turned back about $500,000. And in O&M, the majority of that money was carried forward to the next year. So it's not as though we're asking for huge budget increases or increases in our budget and not spending our funds. So I believe I provided all the commissioners copies of the fiscal year 2025 actual from the county's annual comprehensive financial report. That should be relied upon as far as the actual spend for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chief Lindsay. You are correct. It is not a big difference. It's only $595,000. Okay, but again, we got to consider the long term because incrementally we're going up, 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 and what you're actually spending does not equate to what you're budgeting, and that is a huge concern because we're asking taxpayers to make up that difference as far as raising the tax base on an artificial budget. And so that is a concern. It's only $595. I'm not telling, requiring you to pull it from any particular place. That's on you. I'm just asking the commission to be very cognizant. We have 5 maintenance effort, and we were not explaining that until I called CTAS, and they went through each one of those. And I thought, for example, it was just 3, and then it was 4, and then I said, it's a 5th one? And so I think that we have to be very cognizant about how we go ahead and increase these budgets until we all have a clear understanding, what does that mean, what does that entail? Salaries is the part of that. And again, Chief Lindsay and the Sheriff's Department, whenever you all want to come down, we usually, give you what you want. That is not the issue. The concern is the budgets is the issue and the actual expenditures. And so our fixed costs are rising and extremely scary from a fiscal perspective. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then Chief, I appreciate if you can give me 1 minute of your time. Because I hear my colleague, and I had some concerns in one of the amendments that I brought, but I took it, withdrew it. I know you weren't here in committee because I was told that it was maintenance of efforts, and we couldn't go into the maintenance of effort. My only concern really that I have, and really in some of the digging into the budget and trying to find where we could find cuts, it was the overtime situation. We know, like this year where we went to with overtime. Could you tell me how much did you all budget for overtime? Is that considered factored into this amount where Commissioner Sugarman is sharing today?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. For fiscal year 27, the baseline budget for overtime is 11.7 million. We have asked for an additional 10,166,000.
Okay, so 11.7 million, and you asked for additional 10 million. And I know when I talked with Chief Buckner, he kind of broke some of that down. We had the snow days, and the officers worked, taking people, hospital, different things to where overtime was occurred during that week or so. So what are you factoring the need for that $10 million on? Is it the same expected outcomes?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I believe I shared with the commission the number of vacant positions that we have in both correctional deputies, dispatchers, and sheriff patrol. And with the jail being a 24/7 operation, and if you have vacant positions, you must continue to staff the building, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you look at historical trends, you'll see, I want to say from 2024, we spent about 23 million in overtime. 2025, we spent about 26. As of, I want to say, Sunday's data that came out, we're about 25 million. There's another 500,000 that hasn't posted. And then there's an accrual that also has to post. So it's basically, you have to staff the jurors when the jurors are sequestered. You have to staff the jail. And then, for example, if an officer is on a call, just because their shift ends doesn't mean they can just leave right then. They have to finish reporting. And then there's medical and jail transports.
Yeah.
So for those reasons are what we have overtime for. And I also sent you all a list of those type things and the number of hours associated with each. And I want to say that vacancies were about 52% of what's driving the overtime.
Yeah, and CAO, if you can, I know that just recently when you all came with some of those items, we was talked about drones. I see one of our chief out there talked about the need for purchasing drones and some other items. And then we seen where the DOJ gave $300 million worth of grant. They talked about Memphis and our opportunity to apply for some of those dollars. Have that been considered? Because maybe we can go after those dollars instead of using general fund dollars. I just wonder because they mentioned us and they said this money was for that use.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I don't want to misspeak, but I think that's for other jurisdictions other than Memphis. Not Memphis, because Memphis has already had an influx of the Memphis Safe Task Force and those type things. This is just an attraction to other areas.
Yeah, and just as my time closes,
yeah.
Chair, I just say if we can truly push that consideration since they are here and we talk about sustainability, this capacity will help us in sustaining that work, right, once they're gone. So, but thank you, CAO.
Commissioner Whaley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Lindsay, I'm just trying to track the comment you made just about that if this amendment is approved, that strips out the contractual item. I don't understand, because so the amount that's in the FY 27 budget is the 207-225-085. which is actually just under the amended FY '26. And so what the motion's referring to is the adopted '26. But my understanding is we approved these, the 1.9 million of contractual items. That was above, that would have been above, because if those would have been included in your FY '27 proposal, there'd be no need for those items.
No, Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. We may be saying the same thing. I just don't want it to be in a vacuum that, okay, this body previously approved in committee to provide an additional $1.9 million for contractual related items, and then you have this a second amendment coming saying take it back to the 2026 level. I didn't want that to get caught in the discussion. I just want to make sure if there's another decrease, it's a decrease to the $1,989,000, not the total to whatever that total is. I just want to be very specific about the amendments. Do you track what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, but I think that's not clear in this motion, that that's specifically what it's trying to roll back.
Right.
So I think we just all need to be clear about what we're doing here, because what we've done so far is actually the effect of adding back in 1.9 million of O&M, not affecting the maintenance of effort. And what we have before us is just a general reduction down to the FY '26 adopted budget, not the amended budget.
Correct.
So we just need to understand that and decide to take whatever action we wish to take, but
Yeah, that's the point I'm just trying to make,
Okay.
because I don't want, because it says 500 and something thousand, the verbiage may actually take it back to 2026. I just want to be clear about what is the number.
right, understand, okay.
And I guess this might be an appropriate time for me to ask a question of the county attorney about maintenance of effort. As Commissioner Sugarman mentioned, CTAS provided some insight about which entities we were responsible for maintenance of efforts. And the Election Commission came up, as well as, what's the other? The highway. So, just wanting to have some better understanding about the maintenance of effort, because one, the Election Commission's budget, based on what is in this proposed budget, increases the Election Commission budget pretty significantly. So would we be required, would that then become their new threshold of their maintenance of effort?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, there is a maintenance of effort for the Election Commission. It is different in the way it is set up compared to the other maintenance of effort, meaning you have to look at comparable years with the Election Commission. So in this year, 2026, there are elections. The comparable year would be 2022. So if you increase the funding in 2026 beyond what it might have been previously set at in a comparable year, you are increasing the maintenance of effort.
So essentially, if we're increasing the 2027, and I think Director Tifton, we would need some insight from you all about whether or not the 2027 is comparable to any other year, understanding that we have the redistricting, so there is an election this year, but wanting to make sure that this increase this year does not tie us to a maintenance of effort that isn't comparable to other years. She's saying that if we do that, if we increase, we could be setting a new maintenance of effort. I'm trying to make sure that that's not what we're doing with this year's budget.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I think what I understood Attorney Smith to say, for FY 2027, the Election Commission, we would have to look at FY 2023, look at their budget, FY 2023, and see if we are increasing the budget in 27 versus 23, then there would be a new maintenance of effort established if we do approve the budget.
Can you look at that from where we are now, just so that we can make a decision? We'll need to make a decision before we vote on the overall operating budget. So if you could just, that question needs to be answered. Are there any other, Commissioner Sugarman, are you wanting to speak on your amendment again? No, my question is, did you want to speak on the sheriff's budget again?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you so much. And I just want to mention again that we're not asking you to cut anything specifically, but we're also trying to maintain a maintenance of effort. And that is the intent. When I was in the meeting on Wednesday, they asked me to go back to 2026, and that's what I did. Okay, but if you want to, again, come before us for any additional, you can. All we're trying to do right now is maintain our maintenance of effort, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We're now voting on the amendment. This is 41A, which is a reduction to the sheriff's budget by $595,393. So if you're voting aye, then you're voting yes to the reduction. If you're voting no, then you're voting no to the reduction in this amendment. Please prepare the screens for a vote.
Chair, my screen doesn't work. Count me as an aye.
Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Chairwoman Avent, Commissioners Mills, Wright, Morrison, Vice Chair Bradford voted no. We have 7 ayes, 4 noes.
That motion passes. I'm going to ask if staff, if there are budget amendments where there's a reduction or amending the budget, if we can also make sure we're keeping up a tally as we did on Wednesday. All right, 41B.
Item 41B is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to reallocate $420,961 from the Shelby County Government operating budget to the offices of the District Attorney General and Public Defender. This item requires a reallocation of $1, $240,549 to the District Attorney General's operating budget, and $2, $180,412 to the Public Defender's operating budget for a total reallocation amount of $420,961 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr. and Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Is there a motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Shalai, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Is there, are we accepting this amendment without objection, or if there's objections for a discussion? Okay, I have an objection by Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I think I tried to get some clarity on this in our meeting on Wednesday. This looks like an unfunded Monday to me. So I looked at it a little more carefully and had a clearer look. And it's maybe not an unfunded mandate on the county, on county government. Could you pass, excuse me, could you pass that out? If you don't mind. It looks like, at first blush, you would think it's an unfunded mandate on county government. So I did have an opportunity to get a fiscal note from the Fiscal Review Committee of the General Assembly. And according to the fiscal note, it does revise certain provisions of Tennessee Code annotated without making any significant changes to the law. And we all know it's just adding two courtrooms. And then the fiscal impact, the assumption from Fiscal Review Committee is the proposed legislation does not significantly impact state or local government operations. Any fiscal impact will not be significant. So what that says to me is that it's not incumbent upon the county commission to add this money in for the staffing of this DA's office. Not the DA's office, but the two clerks. What it says to me is that the DA can make some simple adjustments in his budget to accommodate the staff positions. And that will eliminate the need for the county commission to finance the DA's amount of $420,000 plus the additional money for the public defender. So it's not a matter of not wanting to support the DA. It's just a matter of making sure that we don't take money out of the general fund that we don't have to. And so I'm saying this is not a mandate on us. The DA should just make some small adjustments in his budget and take care of these two staffing positions. We have I'm not sure how many county positions we have over in the DA's office. Maybe someone from HR can tell us that. But maybe you can just shift some of those county positions that we're paying for over to those new courtrooms. Thank you. But I do want to hear from HR regarding the county positions, the number of county positions. Someone from HR.
If we could get someone from HR to come down to answer Commissioner Brooks, can we circle back to your question?
Sure.
Vice Chair Bradford?
I just wanted to hear from the DA on this item. I think we heard something similar at committee, and so I just wanted to see what's changed between now and committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. District Attorney Steve Mulroy, 38117 zip code. Yes, so we had a larger item in committee, and it failed. And at the time, Commissioner Avant had suggested reducing the initial ask for the DA and public defender together because of the 75% match requirement by $283,000. That was never actually considered in committee. I think this proposal by Commissioner Caswell incorporates that suggestion of reducing the total amount by $283,000. We'd already thought that we had boiled it down to the bare bones, 2 prosecutors and 2 paralegals for 2 new courtrooms. But this limits it to 1 prosecutor and then 2 very, very basic paralegal positions. So the entire amount is reduced by $283,000. You know, we will cannibalize other divisions as much as we can, but there's a limit to how much we can do that and still maintain what we need to do in the other divisions. And if we don't get some assistance, I think we're going to slow down the pace of processing these cases problematically.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, to your point in committee, Madam Chair, I brought this item back because I asked the DA would he be suitable to reducing the $283,000 that you asked for that went forth in that previous resolution that passed, and he did. And the other thing is just to my colleague, I hear you, Commissioner Brooks, is that we fought for these 2 courts. We asked the state to give us these 2 courts because we needed more court capacity here. And my thing is that we can't wait on the state to fund these if we're going to have these courts in September. That I ask that we do something now. I hear you that have the DA to look into his capacity to what he can do. I know that some of the 200,000 was to take some other jobs away or some other positions that were there. So again, I'm just trying for something that we fought for from the state to get 2 courts added to help with the process of getting people in and out of that 201 Poplar in a quicker rate. I'm asking that we consider this compromise by the DA to be able to make sure these courts are running coming September. Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two questions. One is just DA Mulroy, if you can help us understand I guess the net change in courts here, because we had more courts additionally, and then we lost them, and now we're gaining them back. So are we just trying to understand how that relates to staffing? Because as I don't recall you reducing prosecutors necessarily when we lost a court. So I'm trying to understand that. Can you
Yes.
explain? Are we net more courts?
Yes.
Or are we just back to where we were?
District Attorney Steve Mulroy, 38117. Commissioner, we are at a net increase of 1 court. A year or 2 ago, we went down from 10 to 9, and then now we've added 2, so we're at a net +1. And as we discussed in committee, even though it's the same number of cases, you still have a bare minimum that you have to have in each court to process the docket and to negotiate as things are going on in each courtroom. So just like if you add several schools, you can say, well, it's the same number of students. Well, you still need to add at least an irreducible minimum of some staff to staff each of those schools. It's the same thing with courts, but to answer your question, we are at a net increase of 1 court over what we were 2 years ago.
Okay, great. And then the other thing I just want to make sure we understand is I saw the note with finance around the other amendment that we had in committee. So I want to make sure we all align on essentially reducing that out of our tally here, that you no longer need that component. Because if we don't do that, I don't understand what would be different about this, right, than what we brought in committee. The numbers would still add up. So we need to make sure that we either by resolution, or we may have to pull the actual resolution to see if it named that dollar amount. But we may need to pull out that $283,027 that was accepted in 12R, because that's no longer needed per what I saw with finance. So I just want to make sure we're all understand that. Okay, we can make sure that's done. We'll check, I don't know, Ryan, if we can. But that's all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I make one brief comment on that?
Yes.
To Commissioner Whaley's point, what he's referring to is an email that you all should have received. Our CAO in Newgaro had a chance to confer later last week with the finance department, and I believe what's been agreed is that rather than $283,000, the actual amount that needed to be clawed back, if you will, or scraped off is $9,000. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
So, Director Tipton, do you want to just add clarity about, because this was a discrepancy about the amount of money that each department the administration cut back from each department. And it was based on the number of vacancies that each department had. So if you could just clarify.
Sure. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Originally, the number of vacant positions that we were taking off of the DA's budget was incorrect. So we got a new file, and it came down to $7,000 plus the benefits, and I think that's around $9,000. So the number went from 283 down to 9,000. It was a part-time position. They had one part-time position, or a temporary position.
One temporary position, and that would have met the threshold of any positions that had been vacant over 12 months. That would have met the threshold that you were utilizing with all the departments, that the vacancy had been vacant for 12 months or greater.
That's correct, yes. We did go back and correct all of the departments.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks?
Just a point of clarity, if we can. To the DA, I just need to understand, I think you said we were net 2 positions. Well, if you recall, I need to understand the 2 positions were taken, 2 courtrooms, general sessions were taken from us. So we've gotten back 2 that were taken, not the same, 1 general sessions and 1 civil, right? Yeah. It seems to me we're even Steven.
Good evening, Jessica Ingrao, Chief Administrative Officer of the District Attorney's Office. The 2 courts that were taken more than a year ago was 1 circuit court and 1 criminal court. Those are both state courts. And when the legislature restored positions, judicial positions, they created 2 criminal court positions. So circuit is still down 1. Circuit is civil, they are down 1. And now, instead of, we started with 10 criminal courts, we went down to 9, now we're going to be at 11.
So we,
Net increase of 1 from where we were 2 years ago.
okay, so the 2 general sessions courts that were taken away from us, they are still vacant.
General session.
Jessica Ingrao, Chief Administrative Officer of the DA's Office. No general sessions courts were taken. 1 criminal court and 1 circuit court, both state courts. Sessions is a county court.
And both of those were state courts.
Correct. The state, District Attorney Steve Mulroy, yes.
Okay,
So
okay,
the state took away 1 criminal state court and 1 civil circuit state court. They haven't restored the civil circuit court, but they have put back 2 state criminal courts. So we're now going to be at 11.
Okay, so, and they are staffed with county DAs, is that correct?
We are, District Attorney Steve Mulroy, we are staffed with a mixture of county and state-funded DAs.
Well, we're
and we
just
make
talking
no
about the 2,
distinction.
we're talking about the 2 new ones.
The 2 new ones will be, we don't distinguish. So the 2 new ones will be staffed with a mixture of both county-funded and state-funded DAs, depending on experience and you know, the HR determinations. There's no distinction.
Commissioner Brooks, did that answer your questions? We're ready to move forward? Okay. All right, we are ready to vote on this amendment. This is 41B, and I accepts the amount, the budgeted amendment amount. A no rejects the amendment. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioner Brooks has voted no. I have 11 ayes and 1 no.
That motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, please make sure that we are keeping a tally so that we now have added in 420,000 to that running total.
Yeah, if you would, I would think it'd be a good idea just to make sure, before we go further, to align on where we are, because there was also the other resolution I was referring to actually needs to be changed, but I don't think we need to make any motions because the item itself did not actually, in a resolved clause or the caption, lay out that specific dollar amount. That what it said was that it was the specific, I think, can I see that one again? that it was only $9,245, not $283,027. So I just want to make sure we understand that. So the first thing is that after the amendment with the sheriff, it was, and I know Vice Chair Bradford is also tracking this, so just make sure it adds up. It came to $3,057,417.40. Okay, and then if you modify what was accepted 12R in committee, which was $283,027, we did that because that was the understanding at the time, but after speaking with finance, it's actually down to $9,245. So if you subtract that out, you basically subtract out $273,782. So that brings that new total before this latest amendment to $3,331,199.40. Okay, and then you take the recent action we just did, which was $420,961. So that takes it down to $2,910,238.40. So that should be where we are at right now.
2 million,
$2,910,238.40.
all right.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that's correct because I think that item failed concerning the 200 and something thousand.
That item did pass. It passed. What failed, Commissioner Wright, was the amendment to add in 700 plus with the different positions and clerks. That did fail, but the 208, the original 283 did pass. That amount did pass. Okay. Is everyone clear? We're at $2,910,238.40. Please read 41C.
Item 41C is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate $1,300,000 from the opioid settlement fund for the Shelby County Mental Health Court and district-based opioid abatement initiatives, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr.
Do I have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Shala. Commissioner Caswell?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to withdraw that item.
Okay. 41C, we've been withdrawn by the sponsor. All right. 41D.
Item 41D is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to address employee salary compression, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I spoke with some of the elects, and so they would like to have an opportunity to get together to decide, well, to get with the HR as well as finance, to determine how that we can deal with the compression. And so I'm asking that we put a freeze on that account number until they have opportunity to get together and to deal with the compression. And they assured me that that could be done in the first quarter of 2027 budget year.
So, Commissioner Sugarman, are you withdrawing your
No, not at all. It's a freeze on the amount of the 1% salary increase so that they can get together and determine how they can address the compression. We're just putting a freeze on it until they have opportunity. And on Wednesday, we spoke about a committee formed so they can address the reallocation of the 1% to deal with the compression. And so I'm not withdrawing it at all. It's been changed. Before, on Wednesday, that one actually was going to allocate, dealing with the compression, but there was not enough time to actually get with finance and budget as well as HR. And then also there was a clerk or two, I'm not mentioning names, that wasn't present. And so we're going to get an opportunity to HR, the clerks, and finance so that they can come with the actual figures, how much that will cost. And so right now we're just asking to put a freeze on that account.
Okay, so Commissioner Sugarman, there's a couple of things that I just want to make sure that my colleagues are aware of what this resolution does. There was a 1%, in the proposed budget by the mayor, there's a 1% increase to all county employees. This particular resolution is asking to reallocate that 1%. Just, let me finish. A motion to amend, thank you. Motion to amend is to take the 1% and deal with compression that some of the electeds have brought to our attention. Is everyone clear about that's what this amended resolution motion is trying to do? Is everyone clear about that?
So I would just say to withdraw the motion and then make like 41D1 what you're actually requesting. Because like amending and a
Okay,
motion
so
to
the
amend
account
or-
number is 5295, and what's in the account is 5.306301. I just want to make sure that's not reallocated somewhere, that it's frozen, so that they have opportunity to deal with the compression.
Okay, so there was a motion on the floor. Is there an objection to the motion so we can discuss? Okay, objection by Vice Chair Bradford. All right, I'm going to go to Commissioner Clay Bibbs, and then we'll come back around to anyone else who wants to speak on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is really more so a point of information. If I understand correctly, the 1% wouldn't take place until January. Am I correct? Of 20?
No, I think the 1% would take place July 1.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, the 1% would take place starting in July. And
okay.
that's where we have the funding for the 1% increase in the account that Commissioner Sugarman is talking about freezing. So my question is, are we saying now that we're not going, or we're going to freeze the 1% increase as well?
Okay. I'll let the sponsor of it answer, but I just wanted to verify where was it written, because the last pay increase didn't go into effect until January, and you're saying this one you would like to go into effect July 1. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else like to speak on this issue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so again, the funds we were requesting through the clerks, that they would like to come up and speak. I see some in the back, so that we could address the compression issue. And again, this is to hold it in account number 5295, and the amount that's in that account is $5.3 million. And so we're asking that the 1% not be distributed throughout the county, but to address compression. And so I see the clerks back there, nobody's want to speak, but anyway, that's what they came to me with. They want to get together, and they said they can resolve it within the first quarter.
Okay, and I want,
Address
Commissioner Sugarman, I do just want to make sure that we're clear. The folks that came to speak on Wednesday do not represent all of county government. So you, keeping in mind that these are the electeds, but there's also the compression issue that comes into play with the administration. So I don't know that $5 million is going to take care of the entire compression issue, which is why we had the discussion about even to get to a starting point where that might be. So I just want to be clear that that was just the electeds.
And you are correct. And according to the clerks, they gave me the list as far as they were concerned, and it's like 1 million something. So again, I would like the opportunity for the HR, finance and budgets, the clerks, and to address the compression in the county governments.
Vice Chair Bradford, did you want to speak? You were in the queue. Okay.
So I think I'm reading this as a budget neutral item, I believe. I guess my question to the administration, what's your feel on this? Or you understand what the intent is, that type of thing?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. The administration holds firm that our commitment is to provide a 1% increase to all county employees effective July 1. We do not believe that freezing to allow for the compression discussion to occur. If this body decides it wants to do that, then they can come, you all could come back in another time as Chairman Whaley said, you have the opportunity to come back at the beginning of the year, particularly if it's going to take the clerks and HR and finance through the first quarter. We prefer that our employees get the benefit of the 1% increase today.
All right, so Commissioner Sugarman, do you want to withdraw this and then make the changes, submit a 41? What's the last one?
Point of information is what
We
I'm
keep
changing because it's neutral. Right here, I have the clerk stated that it would cost them, which is not less than the 5.3. And so all I'm trying to do is freeze it so that the HR budget can get together and deal with compression. Otherwise, the money's not gonna be there to deal with compression. It's still gonna be there. This is, and as I think it was probate clerk Jones on Wednesday said, this is just, oh, there you are. Can you speak? Thank you.
All right, I'm going to get back to the queue. I spoke. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue now. Have you finished your comments? Okay, so the chair says Vice Chair Bradford, but it's actually Chairwoman Avant. So Chairwoman Avant, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we are clear that when we made these salary adjustments, we caused compression within all of Shelby County government, the clerks, for the administration, and I don't recommend us making a decision that blindly impacts all of county government by saying, let's just reallocate 5 million when we have no idea what the true compression number is. We cannot make these decisions in a vacuum. And so my follow-up conversation with Clerk Jones, and I think he was speaking on behalf of some of the other clerks, is that they would like to have an ad hoc created to really evaluate this so that we are moving and making decisions based on real data. So we cannot take an excerpt of data from one clerk or one department to make a blanket decision that impacts all of county government. I am more than happy to appoint an ad hoc and ask the administration to also show up with all of the electeds, all of our clerks, to make sure that we are getting data that is informed about the entire of all of Shelby County. We cannot keep making decisions in a vacuum, because this one decision then has a ripple effect. Because if the compression issue is more than 5 million, then what do? Because now you've said we're going to take care of compression, but we don't have any additional dollars to take care of something that could be more than 5 million or less than 5 million. And so I really want thank you, Clerk Jones, for coming forward. Thank you for the conversation that you and I had earlier today that asked, our commitment, my commitment to set up the ad hoc, ask the administration to participate in that, because we have just passed a compensation policy that says we have to address the compression issue. It is stated clearly in the compensation policy that we just passed. So Clerk Jones, if you'd like to speak.
Absolutely. So, Eddie Jones, Shelby County Probate Court Clerk, 140 Adams. All of the clerks, we got together, we went outside, stood in the hallway, we talked about this, and we agreed. Because the one thing that we didn't want to do, even though we wanted our offices to be okay, what we did not want to do was to impact all of county government, and so that the compression would still exist. And so we're simply asking to form this ad hoc committee, because let me tell you what the problem is. I've been on this side, now I'm on the other side, and I can tell you what I'm seeing that I didn't see when I was on this side, that I get to see it on this side, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. So what I would say is this: that ad hoc committee, the administration, the electeds. The only time the electeds get it is after they have created it, never talked to any of us, and then expect us to go to the civil service and approve it. and then it gets to you all. And so we have problems there that don't get resolved. And this is why I think this ad hoc committee needs to happen. Well, we're all sitting down with a voice at the table looking at this holistically so that you can fix it. We got some concepts and ideas I think that we can so that it doesn't happen again. It's just got some things that just has to be put in place.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this motion? We're going to vote. If
Point
you're
of
not
information.
withdrawing.
Point of information.
Yes.
So, Chair, are you saying that we're gonna go ahead and distribute the 1% and draw down the $5.3 million and then get additional money to address the compression issue? Is that, I need clarification.
Let me, I don't want to. My recommendation is that we vote for the 1% as proposed in the mayor's budget. When this ad hoc has completed its duties, then we'll know more about where that number actually is and how we are going to fund what that is.
Point of information for clarification. So we're gonna give the 1% raise, and then on top of that, we're gonna find the money, the funds to address compression too. Is that what I'm hearing?
This body would have to make a decision about how we're going to address the compression issue. Yes. Commissioner Sugarman, are you withdrawing, or you're keeping the motion in front of us?
I'm gonna let's vote up and down, and so, you know, if you all want to give the 1% and a deal with the compression later on, that's fine.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. A yes is this motion as amended.
Which is
To
amend and redirect.
to amend and redirect.
That's not what it says.
So Commissioner Sugarman, again, if you would like for this to be a different motion, you'll need to withdraw this motion and then go back and write, commit to writing what it is that you're really wanting to do. Okay, so are you withdrawing this motion? Okay, this motion is withdrawn. 41E.
Item 41E is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the Memphis Zoo in order to continue Fun-Free Tuesdays in the amount of $1 million from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Lowry. Are we accepting without objection, or is there an objection for discussion? Objection by Commissioner Brooks. All right, Commissioner Bradford, you're in the queue.
Yes, this goes to fund the Free Tuesdays at the zoo. I brought this last week at 1.5 million. I spoke with zoo officials. I don't know if they want to come down and maybe speak about the program any, but we had initially in at 1.5 last week. After we discussed it, the program still costs 1.5 million, but they're willing to reduce the request to this body down to 1 million. And so that's what I brought for us today. And I think the zoo team is going to speak just briefly about the program and how many visitors it's brought and that kind of thing. So go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford.
If you could state your name for the
Sure.
record.
Matt Thompson, President and CEO of the zoo, 38002. On behalf of the zoo, I'd like to thank this commission for your FY26 support of Free Tennessee Tuesday. Your investment has allowed us to expand access to one of Shelby County's most valued community assets and to ensure that more families can enjoy meaningful education and recreational experiences. I would like to say that the results of this over this last almost full year have been extraordinary. Since expanding Tennessee Tuesday to all-day admission in September of 25, this program has generated more than 85,000 451 reservations, including more than 20,000 of those being in March. So your support also enabled us to offer free Tuesday admission during spring break, providing thousands of additional families with the opportunity to visit the zoo. I would like to also add that this is outpacing last year by 25%. Today, thanks to the Commission's partnership, Free Tennessee Tuesday provides year-round free admission every Tuesday during regular operating hours for all Shelby County residents. As we look ahead to FY27, we respectfully request the continued support of $1 million to sustain and grow this highly successful initiative. Your investment will provide free zoo admission every Tuesday year-round. It'll remove financial barriers and expand access to educational and family-focused experiences, serve thousands of Shelby County families, students, and children who might not otherwise have the opportunity to visit, strengthen community engagement and quality of life through increased access to conservation, education, and recreation, and preserve a proven program with demonstrated demand, community impact, and broad constituent benefit. You all have the handout. I know you've seen some of this information before, as well as an email from me. But again, over 85,000 total reservations. It's up 25% from last year. March alone had 20,000. I will say, because of this program, Tuesdays have replaced Saturdays as our biggest day of the week. It's become our biggest staffing day due to admissions, guest services, MPD, third-party security, our Memphis Zoo team, operations, custodians, groundskeepers. It takes an army to do this, but we're very excited about the program. Since the start of summer break, 50% of Free Tuesday guests have taken advantage of the expanded all-day admission. Just so there really is a spread throughout the day. Just so you know, the zip codes, our top zip codes that we reach are Raleigh, Fraser, North Memphis, South Memphis, Westwood, Whitehaven, Midtown, East Memphis, U of M, and Cordova. Also, I'd like you to know that 94% of Free Tuesday visitors reside in Shelby County, even though we call it Tennessee Tuesday. And finally, I will say, as another benefit of Free Tennessee Tuesday, knowing that the crowd at the zoo on Tuesdays represents all of Memphis, we've worked very hard to offer things at the zoo that can benefit everyone. So we work with Ian Randolph with the Shelby County Voter Alliance, which is a nonpartisan group that does voter registration. So every Tuesday, they're there setting up, registering voters. We also do blood drives. We have had AmeriCorps. The library is present, giving out cards and even loaning books. So the point is, it's been an extremely successful program, and we would greatly appreciate the opportunity to continue this program in '27. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. First of all, let me just say that I do support the zoo. I remember a time that I couldn't go to the zoo. And I remember another time when I could only go to the zoo on Thursdays. So let me just say that I did take the opportunity to speak with Leader Camper in Tennessee House on the weekend. Well, let me back up. When I served in the House, we did pass a bill that was a waiver that allowed all school children to attend the zoo, Brooks Museum, and Pink Palace free. So I talked with Leader Camper about that waiver, and she told me, to the best of her knowledge, it was still in existence. She had intended to send me something, however, she didn't. So I'd like to hear from you in terms of, have you all been notified that that waiver no longer exists? Have you had an opportunity to take advantage of it, or have you not been made knowledgeable about it?
We've not been made aware that the waiver no longer exists. I mean, I will add that we see, over 60,000 school children annually. Michelle knows some about how this program works and can speak to some of the specifics regarding Shelby County schools, if that's what you're asking.
Well, this is not just about Shelby County schools. It's about school children. It's not coming on a specific day. They can come any day according to the waiver.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They can come in any day, and they do. If you've been to the zoo in May, we can see upwards of 5,000 school children in
That's
2-3
fine,
days.
but this is state funded. a state-funded waiver for Shelby County children.
Okay. It doesn't
Yeah.
come directly to us if that's the case, if that's what you're asking.
Well, we may need to have someone that can do that research and find out.
Okay.
Because the leader campus seems to believe it still exists. Thank
Okay.
you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So just, that was news to me about the state waiver. You're saying that y'all don't know about the waiver currently? And so you said that there's school-age children that come all throughout the season, I mean, I guess the calendar year. If they have their badge or student ID, they're free? Is that practice currently? Because it sounds like if there is a state waiver that is to be implemented, that they would be free.
Michelle Correa, Memphis Sioux 38112. We're not aware, we don't receive state funding for operations for school admissions for school groups. So if that's something that's available, we'd love to hear about it so that we can share that information. But as Matt mentioned, we do see 60,000 school children a year on field trips. So they can come any day of the week. We have a very nominal admission fee that we have for school groups throughout the year.
Okay. Will you just, when you probe into this, will you just update the entire body now that it's been mentioned, if there is any type of state waiver that you can find on the books to be implemented?
We're not aware of any state waiver that provides admissions to the Memphis Sioux. If it exists, we're not aware. We're not receiving any funds. If it's something that you think we can check into, we certainly would welcome that greatly and be able to share that out. But right now, currently, we've not been notified or made aware that that's available.
Well, it sounds like if y'all could just reach out to Representative Camper's office, then there could be some information for you. I was just curious about if this $1 million is not funded today, what will happen to the Free Tuesday?
We've had some discussion about this and what we would do. We want to get through a whole year. We launch this program in September, so we're having such great results. We really kind of want to have the opportunity to come back to you and have a discussion about what it could look like. We have some options. You know, is it pulling back on the number of reservations? Is it shifting the hours? We really want to get through this year because we're starting to see an uptick in all day. It used to be start at 2 o'clock. Now we're seeing 50% of our reservations now coming in the morning. So, you know, we want to do whatever's best and most supportive for the community. So we would kind of like to get through the rest of the summer. We still have 6 weeks of summer break. And we've got a tremendous number of reservations just for tomorrow. So we want to give ourselves the opportunity just to make sure if we are pulling anything down to kind of match where our funding comes in, that we're doing it in a way that's most beneficial.
Does the city contribute any funds?
You want to speak to this?
Matt Thompson, Memphis Zoo. The city contributes funds to the zoo, but is your question, do they contribute funds to this program?
Yes. Or even just to your organization?
They do contribute to the organization as part of a management agreement, but they don't contribute to this program specifically.
Okay, I'm back in queue. Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the update. I think it's, I'm quite encouraged by the early data on this program and glad to see that our investment last year has really gone straight to work and increased accessibility because that's, I think, something that we've all committed to and across multiple areas. We want to make sure more people can achieve it. I just want to, again, as we're getting kind of close to the end here of the process, just caution us on over-committing too early because we are aware that there are other needs internally that are going to come up. They might not come up today, but they will likely come up soon, and we've already heard from several of them. And the needs well exceed the $2.9 million that we're currently looking at in terms of the gap between that and 269. So, my advice would be, again, we don't have to say no to anything today. In fact, we could come back in a month or two and look at the picture holistically once we know what the kind of starting fund balance will be. But I'm just cautious about us over-committing to too many things now when we know very well, just among a few internal things that are going to be well above the budgeted amounts. So if that happens, then we have to dip into the fund balance again. And so it'd be, I think, a better position to say 2.9 million more goes into the fund balance, and then we still can revisit it and look at any number of these amendments once we know what the full picture is. So that's just my caution on it. I supported this last year. I would support it again, but I'm trying to really do the best I can to stick to the importance of the fund balance here and the other internal county needs that may be coming up in future months. So just wanted to put that out there, that I think it's okay to come back to it and not say yes or no today, but I think it's be in a much better shape if we come out of this with a bigger fund balance so that we can actually be confidently making these investments. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, to what Commissioner Whaley just said, I appreciate the visit to the zoo. I appreciate all the presentation that you all share. I see the numbers. I saw the numbers that day, 38128, and a lot of people who live in my district right around there take advantage of this. One of the things I can say, I appreciate children being able to have a positive childhood experience. The zoo gives that to them with my children, with so many others. And this is something, again, I appreciate Chairman Whaley speaking to that, because after visiting with juvenile court in 201 Poplar and commissioners that showed me 89-degree temperature because the chiller is not working there and they're working in that environment, it's really hard right now for me to say, like, let's keep going forward with this, but then you got to still work there tonight with 89-degree temperature in that, you know, and then they got to go back to juvenile court and these children have to be in that environment. So I too want to support this item because I know the impact that's the prevention and intervention this does for children, right? Creating that space. But my grace today is just that I want to see where we are with taking care of juvenile court, taking care of the chiller in 201 Poplar for those individuals who got to work in that environment tonight before I can really say I want to support this. I just want you all to hear that, but I appreciate the work that's done. I see the impact. I hope that we can get great impact. I even been, you know, I shared with you all about looking at that tourism district and been talking to some attorneys about how we can have some type of TIF for some type of dollars that you all are creating. I'm looking forward to the restaurant that's going to come there, how those dollars get to stay into you all to take care of this type of business from dollars generated at the zoo. So again, I want you to stay encouraged as we look at everything we got before us, and then how we can continue to support great things like this in our city and community. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Morrison?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here this evening. I just want to speak on behalf of this item. Honestly, I'm just really disheartened that it's been reduced to $1 million from the 1.5, knowing the incredible impact it's had on this community. I don't know how many of you have been there on a Tuesday, but I have with my grandchildren, and it is amazing to see all families there with their children from all of our communities, and they're there for free, and they may not otherwise be able to go with their father. Yes, they might get to go with their school group, but it makes a big difference to go with their mother and father. And I just, if you think about 85,000 children, that's less than $20 a piece at the 1.5 million, and it's about $11 a piece at the 1 million. To me, it's just a no-brainer for the community. It speaks to education, it speaks to public health, it speaks to public safety because it gives children a healthy place to be. So that's just my 2 cents on the zoo. It's one of the greatest assets of our community for every single one of our constituents. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Historically, how much has the county invested in the zoo? Is this an annual allocation that you've received, or was last year the first year?
Last year was the first year, and that allowed the expansion of the program.
Okay. And you're saying that before fiscal year 26, county government wasn't funding the zoo at all?
That is correct.
I will say that I had the opportunity to tour and agree with the sentiments that Commissioner Morrison I'm of the opinion that if we are gonna tell you to come back later, that, you know, we can continue to build on this investment now. The only sticking point for me is I have an item after this, and I believe in Daryl and Warren and Tracy more than I believe in lions and tigers and bears. And so that's my only conflict. So I am willing to support the item, but I do hope that, you know, my colleagues hear loud and clear that we need to invest in our neighborhoods to be able to get people to these great resources, because it's in the neighborhood that you would even learn about all these great things that we casually get to hear about when we sit in these seats. And it's not lost on me that when I was listening for neighborhoods, I didn't hear a number of the communities that are in District 10. I know you said South Memphis, and I represent a portion of it, so I'm being presumptuous to think that my neighborhoods are getting over to the zoo, because a lot of them won't have rides to get over there. And so we've heard from the transit advocates, we know what we're working with MATA. So from some parts of the county, it's not an easy hike to be able to get to the zoo. And that's been a frustration of mine with other assets like Shelby Farms, even, you know, the Green Line. There's no part of the Green Line that touches District 10. So districts like District 10, we just coexist with these great resources. And so, yeah, I'm willing to support today, and I hope to see the item after also pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Couple of questions. So who owns the zoo?
I'm sorry?
Who owns the zoo? Who owns the zoo?
The city of Memphis owns
city of Memphis.
the property.
Okay. And who manages the zoo?
It's managed by the Memphis Zoological Society.
Okay. And what is their status? Are they for-profit or not-for-profit?
It's a not-for-profit.
So it's not privately managed?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Redford. I too also support the zoo and was a part of the investments that were made last year to the Brooks and to the zoo and to the National Civil Rights Museum, all of these great assets. I still want to support the zoo, but I don't feel like I can make that commitment today with the challenges that are before us. We do not know at this point what it's going to cost us to either relocate juvenile court, what that lease will be. I'm hopeful the administration and juvenile court has some of those questions answered for us today before we vote on this operating budget. My hope is that we can come back in the fall with a number of the organizations that we provided those funds to that are assets for Shelby County and support them once we have gotten through this fiscal year. So that's the reason that I can't support today, but want to find a way to support in the near future.
Commissioner Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'm going to echo what my colleagues have said. I absolutely support the zoo. I've seen the numbers. I know that constituents in my community have been able to take advantage of it. But being faced with the types of challenges that we're being faced with right now, it's difficult to say that we can make, I personally can vote on this investment, especially since 201 was closed today. So it's right now in our faces around what we have to take care of the things that are right now in our face. Juvenile court is here. You know, I'm struggling with that number as I'm sitting here as well, but those are two important functions of county government that we have to figure out how to take care of. So I think Chairwoman has already stated that, you know, we have an opportunity after we figure out where we land with the new budget coming in after July 1, there may be conversations more that we have about supporting you after the new fiscal year. Thank you.
All right, this budget amendment, you're voting aye to support the $1 million budget amendment. No is rejection of the amendment. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Shalai, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, and Bradford. Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avon voting no. I have 6 ayes and 7 noes.
That motion fails. 41F.
Item 41F is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to First Aid Memphis in the amount of $2 million from the general fund balance, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
A motion by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Thornton. Are we accepting with amendment without, excuse me. Okay. This motion, are we accepting without objection, or is there an objection for the point of discussion? Is there an objection?
I'll object for discussion.
Objection, Commissioner Wright. All right, Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion to amend this budget amendment caption to read, to allocate funding to the commission contingency.
Can you speak,
Yes.
can you state
My motion again?
yes?
I would like to make a motion to amend the caption to exchange to First Aid Memphis to read to the commission contingency.
So your motion is to amend the operating budget to commission contingency by $2 million?
Yes, madam.
Is there a second?
I just want to say, to make it clear for the record, so this is Commissioner Thornton's motion to amend, and you are making a friendly amendment to your own motion
Yes.
to change, to remove First Aid Memphis
Yes.
and replace the language with commission contingency.
Yes.
All right.
Does she need a second for that?
It's her motion to amend.
No? Okay. All right, so the motion, the motion before us is this budget amendment now reads, the motion to amend the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the commission contingency in the amount of $2 million from the general fund balance, sponsored by Commissioner Thornton. That's the motion before us. All right, please prepare the screen for a vote. An aye would be yes to amending the budget by $2 million to commission contingency. A no would be a rejection of this motion. Please prepare the screen for a vote.
Is there an objection? It's her motion to amend, so she's changing her own motion to amend, so
No, doesn't need a second.
you can, is there an objection to that? Okay.
Please report the vote.
We have an aye vote from Commissioner Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avon voted no. We have 1 aye and 12 noes.
That motion fails. 41G.
Item 41G is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to designated neighborhood associations in the amount of $700,000 from the general fund balance, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there a second by Commissioner Thornton? Please, any objections? Okay. Objection by Commissioner Vice Chair Bradford. All right, please prepare the screen for a vote. An I is accepting this budget amendment of $700,000 to to designated neighborhood associations. Commissioner Bernard, you wanting to be recognized?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So in committee, we made a number of budget amendments that were community-centered. Ones that stood out to me were $500,000 to go to Heal the Hood, who has been a multi-year receiver of funding that's rooted in, I believe, Commissioner Clay Bibbs' district with benefit to Commissioner Sugarman's district. We also gave $1 million to Hospitality Hub, which on the record has been shown to not actually have service that reaches deep into the county where there's homelessness. So this particular item, I am asking for support from the $2.9 million that we have set aside and existing right now to go towards neighborhood associations. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about grant making, and to me, the purest pathway for dollars to flow is just directly to the neighborhoods. There is no middleman, there is no dollars getting lost. These are going straight to the neighbors in parts of the county where we know that there are great needs. And so when we think about rising HIV rates, that's in District 10, we're a top charter. When we think about blight, District 10 is a top charter. When we think about underperforming schools, large deferred maintenance, literally any issue in District 10, any issue that you can name, District 10 is going to have some type of representation, including 40% of juvenile detainees coming from 38118. And so I can go on and on and on about how the zip codes within District 10 are just not the zip codes that get the most resources to meet the needs. And so I'm asking some of my colleagues that have found favor to support the efforts that you're doing in your district, that you will support this particular effort to be able to get dollars on the ground in communities like Whitehaven, where Old Hickory Hill and Watchful Eye are doing great work, Oak Haven, Magnolia Castelia, Alcee Ball, Cherokee Neighborhood Association, Sherwood Forest, Bethel Grove, one of our newest neighborhood associations. And so we're trying on the ground. Just to the public, you saw that we froze the Milton Grant dollars and being accessed until November. So this gives neighborhood associations the opportunity to be able to continue to do the work that they do. So would love to have your support today, and I appreciate y'all for listening. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to the sponsor, I know that you had previously, a couple of years ago, went to the neighborhood association. Is this allocation from those dollars or?
If I may, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you for the question. So the dollars earmarked, you're talking about fiscal $25, they never got out the door. They've been pocket vetoed twice. I was able to do a carry forward from fiscal 25 to 26, but literally the contract is still sitting on the mayor's desk, and there's no indicator that these dollars will actually get out the door. So when you think about what we're adding up and subtracting, I'm, in my mind, thinking we're about to send $2.7 million to the general fund. I'm only asking for $700,000 of it to come back to the district, which was always the plan. So I have been having conversations with my constituents about, okay, their dollars coming, and they've been waiting with anticipation because they've seen the commission twice pass their item, but they have never seen the checks cut. And so it has been, when we think about the cumulative effect of them not getting their dollars, and we're just talking a very nominal fee of about $30,000 to neighborhood associations. It's not a lot, but it is enough for them to be able to do their block parties, for them to be able to have budgets. And we're talking about a lot of neighborhood associations that are very new. So if we don't give them access to the dollars, how are they going to immediately jump into organizing? So I truthfully think that the neighborhood associations are the purest pathway to redistribute funding back into the community. And these organizations and leaders, they're there. They just need support from local government.
I appreciate that explanation, Commissioner, and through the chair. My only concern is to the Director CAO is that if, as the Commissioner stated, if these items are on the mirror, on the desk, it was a resolution passed, that what keeps the next commissioner coming and saying that was a resolution passed and still try to go after those dollars? And to do this new one without having that other 2.7 withdrawal, is just a concern in this case, that what keeps that person in, September coming as.
If I may, Chair. Thank you. To legal, can you just confirm, because he's asking basically, can the dollars be double spent? So if hypothetically the mayor signs up for the contract, what will happen to this allocation? And so is there a contingency within the resolution that allows for these funds not to be duplicitous?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, there's no subject to funding language that would say if the resolution is signed in FY '26, that it would exclude a line item in FY '27. It's not there.
I'll make you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you. So can you give us language to be able to amend this to add the subject to language? Because that is my legislative intent, not for it to be a double dip. I can assure you that the way that the dollars were earmarked, they were earmarked initially to school seed. So I've met with the mayor's met with school seed. This particular item is dead, but to give the added assurance that, the 2.7 million will not show up again in this item, it's a friendly amendment to me to be able to add that particular clause into this language.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I'm happy to provide language. I think I have, if I could just have 5 minutes to find the language I've already written, I'll be able to give that to the body.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, can I ask a parliamentary question?
Yes.
Which is, so I have a prepared amendment, budget amendment. It was not heard in committee. Can I ask what, I've heard you as the chair say that we're not entertaining any other motions. Can you share what rule you're using with that?
No, not add-ons. So anything that was heard in committee can be brought back forth as an amended, as a motion. So if there's something that was heard in committee on Wednesday and you'd like to bring that item forward, you can do so.
I guess my question is, are you saying that I cannot bring an add-on motion?
Yes, you can.
I can add
You
one?
can.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. So are you asking about one of the items that we reviewed on Wednesday? Okay, I'm sorry, then I didn't understand your question.
So I have a new item that has been prepared. I'm asking what rule is preventing me from bringing that motion?
Commissioner Wright, so I think that the chair was asking for people to cooperate so that we could have a streamlined meeting, since we've had so many, opportunities to bring amendments and things of that nature. To your point, under 4A, Directions and Appeals, the chair shall have general direction of the chamber, shall determine the order and duration of discussion of any motion or any other matter being considered, and shall preserve order and decorum. Of course, that rule is subject to other rules, and so there is a rule for add-ons and how add-ons get on the floor. But I think that was her request. Yes, sir.
So I understand the request and I respect the chair. I'm just asking so if I were to seek to override that ruling or that intent, would that be a motion for me to suspend the rules? Or is there a particular rule I would be moving to suspend so that an additional item could be heard?
So I'm hearing that she would not try to interfere with you exercising a rule of order. So my understanding is that she would not interfere with you exercising the permanent rules of order. So if you are seeking to add something, if you're seeking a motion, and there are rules that operate so that you can affect that, I don't think that her intention is to interfere with that. But there's always, the rule of appealing the chair, and so
Yeah,
you
and I
would
think.
exercise
and
the
what's
rules.
Is it a supermajority? It's a supermajority, but if, Commissioner Wright, my intent was the 10 hours that we spent together on Wednesday being a thorough use of our time in this process that I was asking, and I shared at the meeting on Wednesday when they asked about the process moving forward, that we would take the items that we had before us, and if there were any of those items that were approved or denied, that people could make a budget amendment to bring those back forward. But you're saying you have a separate item altogether?
If I'm recognized, yes. So we had an item that was before us last meeting, not in budget, but it was related to the sheriff's office, firearms and ammunition. That's something that I have prepared to bring. I could bring it as an amendment to a previous amendment because we've already had several dealing with the sheriff, but so far that amendment has been prepared separately.
County Attorney, are you prepared with the language?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I propose the following language be added to your motion. Be it further moved, although said appropriations were approved by the Board of Commissioners through item number 52E in the FY 2026 adopted budget and related subsequent amendments, portions of the funding were not processed, distributed, or administratively completed during FY 26, but in the event they are before year's end, those distributions exclude that organization from being included in the FY 2027 operating budget.
Okay. The question has been called. The budget amendment that I means yes to the 700,000, including the language that was just shared by the county attorney. A no is a rejection of the amendment. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell and Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent voting no. We have 2 ayes and 11 noes.
That motion fails. 41H.
Item 41H is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget based on historical expenditure trends of the Shelby County Election Commission, sponsored by Erica Sugarman.
Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Shalai. All right, is there an objection?
I'll object for discussion.
Objection by Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized. And I'm sorry, before you do that, could we ask if the administration found the answer to this question around the MOE?
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. from what I could find in FY '22, the budget for the election commission was $4,440,358. It appeared that FY '23 was more comparable to the FY '27 budget, so I'm not sure if those election years were maybe off, because FY '23's budget was $7,519,569. In FY '27, there's a proposed budget of $9,140,430, which is $5 million more than FY '26.
Could you speak up just a little bit, Director
sorry.
Tipton?
So FY '27's proposed budget is $9,140,430, which is $5,073,073 higher than FY '26. But if my understanding was correct, we were to compare years that were comparable.
Yes.
And so FY '22 appeared to be the year that was comparable to FY '27. Now, that budget is $4,440,358, so it's about a $5 million difference.
Okay, Commissioner, and what was the budget amount for 2023?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The budget for FY '23 was $7,519,569.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so again, to keep with the makes of effort, according to my understanding, when I talked to CTAS, they said basically, makes of effort, you cannot go beyond. And so we've already set the threshold in 2026, and that is why I use 2026 as opposed to other years. And if you go back to 2022, this fiscal year, 2027, there are two elections. Okay, there's one in August and one in November. And according to CTAS, the one in November, okay, that also has the state general, and that's the responsibility of the municipalities. So if I could have the attorneys to look up Tennessee Code Annotate 2-1-101, no, 2-12-109, dated 2024, and read the first line in B and C. It also states that the municipalities, they're responsible for paying for their elections. And so that's what's referred to in 2-12-109 of the TCA. Can I have the attorney to read first sentence in B and C for the record?
County Attorney?
Okay. Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. To be clear, TCA Section 212-109 is a separate statute from the Maintenance of Effort statute.
Correct.
Okay. And you've
It
asked
deals with
me.
municipalities, which I was addressing.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
So we're looking specifically at subsections B and C. So B, all expenses including compensation of its employees and election officials incurred by the County Election Commission or its members in the performance of its duties under this title and holding municipal elections shall be paid out by the funds of the municipality upon the certification of the chair and secretary of the County Election Commission, except as otherwise expressly provided. The subsection goes on quite a bit longer, but that was sentence 1. Subsection C, if a special election is held for the sole purpose of choosing a member of the General Assembly under 214-202B, all expenses, including compensation of its employees and election officials incurred by the County Election Commission or its members in the performance of its duties under this title, shall be paid for out of the state treasury upon the certification of the chair and secretary of the County Election Commission to the Secretary of State, provided that the Secretary of State shall review the claim for expenses and only those items certified by the Secretary of State to the Comptroller of the Treasury shall be paid.
Thank you. And then TCA 2-12-209 talks about the Election Commission MOE. And so, again, just like we did with the Administration of Finance as well as Sheriff's Department, the intent of this motion is just to take it back to 2026. And again, just like the Sheriff's Department, if they need additional funding, then they can come back before the commission.
Okay, I did ask if Ms. Phillips they've contacted her, so she's on Teams to be able to answer any questions.
Okay.
Because I wanted to make sure she had an opportunity. She's not able to be here in person. She and the team were out of town for mandatory training. And so, Ms. Phillips, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Your
Yes.
Your microphone's probably the best one in the chamber right now. So Ms. Phillips, as you could hear the motion, we're trying to get an understanding about the comparable year for the budget that we would be making sure that we're not moving past the maintenance of effort. And so if you could share, would that be year 22 or 23?
It would not be 22 because 22 was one election. 2023 would be closer. 26 only had one election in fiscal year 26, so it is not a comparable year. I would point out that the major difference between 23 and my request for 27 are pay raises that you all authorized. 60 to 70% of our budget is personnel. It takes people to run elections. And you all granted substantial increases in temporary labor, and that accounts for a great deal of the increase. I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
All right, Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't really have a question for Ms. Phillips, but I did have a question for Ms. Tipton. I can come back if it's easier to just stay with Ms. Phillips.
Okay, are there any others that had questions for Ms. Phillips? Commissioner Whaley?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Administrator Phillips. My question is related to the election workers line item. So just comparing FY23 actuals at 267,000 and the FY27 request at 3.2 million, which is obviously significantly higher. So just trying to understand. I mean, I understand the additional pay, but that doesn't just account for that type of increase. So can you help us understand the difference between the actuals in 23 of 267,000? And generally it stay, look at 25, 290, 26, 633,000. It's a pretty significant jump to 3.2 million. So I'm just trying to focus there on the election worker salary line item.
I'm going to, unfortunately, since I wasn't really prepared for this, I did not bring my budget books or my laptop with me to this meeting. I can't address that perfectly. I can tell you that a countywide election costs in excess of, it depends, of course, on the election. The election we just had was smaller than it will be in August and definitely smaller than November. It runs somewhere between $2 and $3 million, depending, again, on the number of voters that turn out. I am anticipating high turnout this fall. I think voters are rather angry. And so when voters vote when they're angry, they vote when they think their vote makes a difference. And so I'm expecting a much higher than normal turnout for a midterm election, and I have budgeted accordingly.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. So I have a series of questions. Okay, number one, how many FTEs do you currently have? And then number two, okay, you had $2 million in your budget from fiscal year 2026, and why haven't you sent out the mailers to inform people of their new districts? Because you have plenty of time. And then number three, if you look at the fiscal year actuals for 2023, they're actually 5.7 million. Can you answer those questions, please? Oh,
Okay,
last
what was question?
question that I've been getting a lot of. I believe there were 1,700 ballots on election day that were not picked up. And so I need an explanation about that as well.
Okay, there were no 1,700 ballots that were not picked up. Every ballot that we received was accounted for and counted. What was question one?
Okay, we couldn't hear you.
Okay, what was question one?
Oh, okay. Discussion one was referring to how many FTEs do you have?
I have 17 FTE of full-time employees, which is interesting because I was just talking to the Davidson County, which is smaller than we are. They have 31 FTE.
That is correct. And also, do you recall how much per cost per voter is substantially less? And then I would also ask the commission if we could have Benny Smith to come forward and talk about comparables. For example, where in Canopia, I guess, they have $2.7 million, 2.7 million voters, and it costs them about $14. So again, how many mail-in ballots were left at on election day? You said it wasn't 1,700. How many were there?
How many did we count?
No, how
I'm
many?
sorry.
Okay, understand that there was a complaint that all the mail-in ballots were not picked up on election day. And I stated it was 1,700. You said that wasn't correct. What is the correct number?
I do not know the correct number. It was, we counted everything that we were permitted to count by law, and the ballots have to arrive by 7 p.m., and we counted every single one of them. Now, yes, we get ballots by mail in after the election, but they cannot be counted. And it was nowhere near 1,700. I think it's in the 200 range.
Okay, thank you. And then again, the actuals on 2023 was actually 5.7 million. And so I would ask for Benny Smith, you did a comparable as far as the cost per voter. Can you go down the list? I'm looking for mine here, but you're the expert, not me.
Okay. Benny Smith, 38017. And so I took comparables of election commissions that were similar in size or larger in size, and I looked at the cost per vote. So Shelby County has 541,000 registered voters, and the proposed salary at $11.5 million is having us spend around $21 per voter on the 14 or 15 FTEs that Administrator Phillips referenced. Davidson County has 100,000 less voters than us at 442,000, and they have 37 positions with 32 full-time employees, and they're spending about $9.64 per voter. Jefferson County is a larger county than we are. They're spending in a neighborhood of 8 million, but they have 585,000 registered voters, and that's bringing them in at under $14 per voter. Harris County, Texas is a much larger county. They have 2.6 million registered voters, and they're spending about $13.37 per voter. And Maricopa County is the second largest county in the continental U.S. They're spending around $36 million, and they're coming in at under $14 per voter with
Okay.
2.6 million voters.
Okay, and Commissioner Sugarman, I want to keep the discussion germane to the motion that's before us. If you could mute yourself, Ms. Phillips. The motion before us is, are you wanting to amend the budget to be more comparable to the election for FY 23?
The actuals, correct.
I'm sorry?
Yes, the actuals, what they actually spent in the 2023 election is comparable to what they spent, the actuals.
So you're wanting to keep this amendment as is? This motion as is?
Yes, because that's comparable to the actuals, correct, of 2023. The actuals of 2023 is 5.7 million.
5.7 million. Okay, so, Commissioner, could you ask her to please mute? Ms. Phillips, if you could mute. All right, Commissioner Wright?
Thank, I'm sorry, I wasn't on. Director Tipton, question for you. When you shared with us the maintenance of effort amounts for the administration, you included in the attachment an amount for the election commission. It's 2.5 million something. Can you share why that you included the election commission salaries within the administration's MOE and what that stands for?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The mayor's maintenance of effort includes the election commission.
So is that number, is that 2.588 number for the election commission in that attachment you sent, is that also reflected in the election commission's budget page in the budget?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Finance Administration, yes.
Okay, and so that 2.5, what does that represent? That it represents the total increase over FY '26?
It does, yes.
And so is that number still accurate if we're comparing it to a different fiscal year?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, no. If you compare it to FY '26 versus '27, that's where the 2 million came from. If you compare it to FY '23, I think the net was, well, still about 2 million. But 22 was where the jump was, from 22 to 27. That was 5 million.
And Commissioner Wright, if I could just interject, I think Ms. Phillips said that the comparable year should be '23. So is your question around, should it be narrowed to the comparable for '23 in the MOE? Because she said the election would be '23, that's the most comparable to '27.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. So if the comparable year is FY '23, then the difference is about 2 million.
So
I guess I'm sorry,
No,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say, I think to have these questions unanswered, and I think we agree on this, that's not acceptable. Like, I still feel like this board is flying blind because we don't have, we're still making up numbers about what the MOE is. And I have a lot of other questions. I mean, I hope you're not counting on my vote for this budget because there's just a lot here that I don't think is firmed up, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, the maintenance effort. So let's say, for example, in the budget book, if you look at 11.5 million, or you're going to back that up and you look at the 9.1 million, whatever figure you look at, that's a maintenance. In other words, you have to maintain that. You have to maintain that. And if you look at the actuals in 2022 for the Election Commission, it was 3.7. In 2023, 5.7. 24, 2.9. In 2025, 4.5. And to my colleague's point, yes, we are flying blind because if we vote on this as it is, we're going to have to maintain that level. And that's a huge concern. And so, again, I think we should caution in how we approve the budget for the Election Commission. And if the Election Commission needs additional funds, they can come back before us, just like the sheriff, just like finance and administration. My concern, if we, top it off at this level, where's the money going to come from in the future? That's a concern. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleague for bringing this To that point, I was just wondering, every time we have a election, it's reimbursed, right? The state reimbursed, not, if I'm to the CFO.
The state provide, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, they do not reimburse the full amount. They, for FY 20, here, I can pull up. State of Tennessee provided 15,164 in 23. In 24, we got 15,164. In 25, we got 11,373. In 26, 7,582, which is not the end of the year yet, but we do have budgeted 2,207,000. So we will probably get more, I'm hoping.
All right, thank you.
And just for clarification, this, what I think I heard Director Phillips say is really she's trying to do a pay increase on the 300 employees that are currently part-time? Okay. All right, so Commissioners, the 41H is amending the budget to decrease to 4,067,287, and I would be accepting this amendment. A no would be a rejection of this amendment. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Mills, Wright, Morrison, and Bradford have voted no. We have 7 ayes and 6 noes.
That motion passes. All right, so which is for G? Is this G? Are there any other budget amendments? Commissioner Wright?
So, Madam Chair, we've had the previous discussion with my parliamentary inquiry, so I would make a motion to suspend the rules so that we can hear my motion.
A motion by Commissioner Wright. Is there a second? Yeah, so Commissioner Wright, if you'd like to present a budget amendment, you can. I'm not objecting to bringing this. This was the framework that we were trying to work in, so that we did not have, it was a request by the chair to the body. If you have a budget amendment, feel free to bring the budget amendment.
I appreciate the chair's flexibility.
Sorry, just, Madam Chair, point of order, before we move to that, I'm just trying to get clarity on what we just did on that prior amendment. And part of the reason I voted against it was because it's not clear to me, if I look at the resolved clause here, or even the caption, what actually happened.
Would you like to bring it for reconsideration?
Well, no, I don't need to do that. I just want to understand, I'm not sure what to add or subtract. And please, if someone else knows. Okay, yeah.
Not to this. All right, so before, Commissioner Wright, give us some flexibility before we move. So Commissioner Whaley, your question again? I'm sorry.
Well, I was just trying to have, if someone could explain what action we just took. Because if I look at the motion to amend, it's not clear to me.
To the sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so again, it was in 2027, 9.1 was the ask. And we went back to the 2026 budget of 4.06287. And the resolve amount should be, and it was not in the resolve, should be 5,073,143. Because we're going to the 2026 budget amount. So do I need to go back and add a resolve clause and amend it?
We need to clarify. So the action was to move the election commission budget to 5 mil, what is the number?
To the amended budget of 4,067,287 to the 2026 amended budget.
Are you saying there's not clarity, Commissioner Whaley?
No, I mean, and you know, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it passed. So I think we should just make sure we understand. So I guess what I'm hearing is that it's a reduction of 5 million? Is that right? Okay.
Right, her whole entire.
So,
You wanna go ahead,
Commissioner,
use the numbers
Director
later.
Thornton, yeah, Tipton.
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. From what I'm hearing and understanding, the entire increase that was submitted for the Election Commission of $5,073,143 is now being taken out and going back to the FY 26 budget of $4,067,287.
That is correct. And they can come back if they want additional. The idea was to maintain the maintenance of effort.
Commissioner Mills?
Not on this.
Okay. Commissioner Bradford?
Not directly on this, but on 41 in general, so I may just hold it until we get this sorted out, and then I'll come back.
So if one of the folks who voted for this passage, they wanted to reconsider this so that we could get this properly before us, is there a reconsideration? Okay, I have a motion to reconsider by Commissioner Caswell. Is there a second? We'll do that without objection? Okay, seeing none. All right, this matter's before us again. So, is there anyone who would like to get in queue to get more clarity so that we can?
I'd just like to say that I just consulted with Commissioner Sugarman, that the motion itself is vague, and it should actually state what the action is. So if it's removing, is it moving, is it adding, to where, should be there, because just saying motion amending the fiscal year based on historical expenditure trends, what is that doing? And so if it's actually somewhere else in the body, can we just restate the motion so that it's saying the amount and the action, please?
Okay. On record. Okay. The motion is to take fiscal year 2027 proposed budget of 9.140430, $9,140,430, back to fiscal year 2026 amended budget of $67,287.
Okay, so it is to amend the budget to reduce the amount to 4 million,
Right, to go back to fiscal year 2026 amended budget.
but what is that dollar amount?
4,067,287. This is in the first paragraph.
Anybody?
So, Commissioner Sugarman, my recommendation is let's move this to the Hill. We're gonna hear Commissioner Wright's budget amendment. Let's reduce this to writing and get this before us. So whomever you need to work with to do that, if you could do that, please. We're moving this to the Hill. We can do that
If
without
there are
objection.
any others that are vague and don't have specifics,
We only have one other budget
Okay, yes,
amendment we're
ma'am.
hearing. Commissioner Wright,
Yes, Madam Chair.
do you have a,
I'm not sure if it's been passed out. But I would
Has it been
move this
passed out?
motion.
Where
It's a motion for the sheriff's office in the amount of 1.4 million.
this would be 41G, what's G? GH, oh, I.
okay, 41I is a motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to allocate funding to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount of $1,463,706 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Wright.
I have a motion by Commissioner Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Wright, would you like to speak on your item?
Yeah, just very briefly again, Madam Chair, this motion would add about 1.4 million back to the sheriff's office to cover the firearms and ammunition that were previously discussed in another item that we heard last meeting.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the sponsor, I remember that item coming before us, but I thought the number was like 900 and something thousand. I was wondering where we get the 1.4, and maybe to the CA.
And let me just so that's properly before, we've had a motion. Is there an objection so we can, for the purpose of discussion? Are you objecting for the purpose of discussion? Okay, thank you. To the sponsor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will defer to CEO Lindsay.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Caswell, you are correct. The amount for the service weapons is $966,000, and then $70,000 for the ammunition. There was a misunderstanding when we prepared the motion, so it should be for $1,066,003, I believe, is the correct amount.
So we need to reduce the amount, is what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Can I make a friendly amendment to my motion? Say that number again.
$1,066,003.
$1,066,003.
$3.
$1,066,003. So Commissioner Wright is making a friendly amendment to his amendment, so this is no objection. Can we do that without objection? So moved.
Point of clarification, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just to make sure I got the numbers right. How much, again, I'm sorry, I thought you said not, maybe you were just saying approximately. But it was, again, the numbers again for how much the service weapons?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Service weapons, $966,000. Ammunition, $70,000. I forget where the $3 comes from, but it's a total of $1,066,003.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Caswell, do you have any additional questions?
Well, and I know this item came up, and I appreciate it, and I do support, and I thought that we was moving it to next year budget to look at it, and having it come up. Just coming up tonight, I think that what we already discussed about trying to see where we are. I know that we are trying to say we don't want to raise taxes and do these other things to be able to get the budget where it need to be. It's just hard as I think about some of the, as I had the question that night, thinking about the prevention and intervention work and compare it with guns for the officers that I do know that is needed. I just wanted to be able to see the budget where we are, so before I kind of move forward with this. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Similar to Commissioner Caswell, we, in the budget amendments, I just want to see some consistency in how we are approving amendments and not. And so it would be hard for me to support the firearms and ammo over the building up of neighborhood associations in District 10. So again, assuming that the funding will be there once everything is closed and we have our final figures, I think this item can come back. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to the number of firearms that are needed, so is this, CO Lindsay, is this just for the number of total kind of active, how do you do it from active officers, total number that includes vacancies as well? Just trying to make sure.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Lowry, from what I understand, it would be for the full complement, filled and vacant positions, including reserve personnel.
Do we know how many of those are vacant?
I want to say it's about 120 vacant positions, but I can get you the exact number in the morning. I don't want to miss.
Okay, yeah, just curious about that because obviously there's a shelf life for these, right? So in theory, there could be vacancies that won't get filled by the time the shelf life of this, firearm. So we just want to think about that from a standpoint and maybe make some prudent decisions, obviously to be supportive, but also to understand that it could be, we buy something and then it doesn't get a chance to see it stay in the field because we have a vacancy. One, two, to the sponsor here, curious about the funding source that was chosen here. Just curious about the funding source. I mean, that's chosen here from the maintenance of effort. And how does that affect maintenance of effort going forward? If we take it, something, is that still maintenance of effort? Maybe you can answer. Maybe from a legal standpoint, if we if we shift maintenance of effort someplace else, is there still maintenance of effort still in place going forward? Thank you.
I'm certainly not, I'm sorry, can I be?
You're recognized, Commissioner Wright.
Commissioner Lowry, I believe because this is a operating cost, it's not salaries, that it wouldn't be part of the maintenance. It would not count against the maintenance of effort.
So the way the resolution reads in the whereas clause and the motion to amend the whereas clause.
I think, Madam Chair,
It
that was,
states like it is raising the maintenance of effort.
I think, Madam Chair, that this resolution, we could strike that paragraph. I believe the resolution preparer was seeking to find a funding source and to remove it from the mayor's administration MOE, excess of MOE. We could strike that because I think we're really just pulling from the same source as everything else. But I would defer to the county attorney on to whether this adds to the MOE or not.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, based on the request, the use for the funds, this would not increase the maintenance of effort for the sheriff's office.
It does not.
It does not.
You're saying that unequivocally.
Unequivocally, it does
Okay.
not.
Point of order for parliamentarian.
So Commissioners, we're frequently referring to these motions to amend as resolutions, and they are not resolutions. They are motions to amend the operating budget. That's the resolution, is the operating budget, and these are motions to amend that item.
Thank you for that clarification.
I-
Commissioner, I'm gonna go back to commissioners in the queue, and then I'll recognize the administration. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just make sure I get clarification. So it doesn't increase the maintenance of effort. Does it decrease the maintenance of effort?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, it does
So
not
then-
appear to have any effect on the maintenance of effort for the sheriff, an increase or a decrease.
Okay, for the mayor's administration.
The mayor's administration, I recommend removing that as the funding source for this item.
Commissioner Wright, are you amenable to a friendly amendment
Yeah, absolutely.
to amend this? And so we're striking, are we striking the entire paragraph?
And what would that look like in the actual motion to amend? How would that look?
I think we could strike the last whereas on the first page, as well as the be it further removed on page 2.
So the friendly amendment by Commissioner Lowry, accepted by the maker of this amendment. So we're striking the whereas on the bottom of page 1 and the be it further removed, be it further moved on the second page. Is everyone clear? All right. Director Tipton.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I just want to be clear because we're going up and down. So from what I heard, the Election Commission is now back to FY26 budget.
That matter is being reconsidered, so there's not an amount yet. We're reconsidering that.
So that one's going to be reconsidered.
It is being reconsidered. We moved it it's moved to the Hill.
Okay.
So right now, what we have in front of us is the amount of $1,066,003.
That will be now added to the list.
If it passes.
Okay.
And the other item that you're referring to is being reduced to writing. The one that was moved to the Hill, it was the item that was voted on, that passed. They moved to reconsider that without objection and moved it to the Hill so that the maker of the motion can go and prepare the motion that she intended. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so just so that everyone is clear, we're almost there. If you all can just be a little more patient, we're almost there. Last 2 budget amendments. We are now, the item before us is 441I, which is to amend the fiscal year budget by $1,066,003. We have, there's been a strike through of the whereas clause mentioning the mayor's administration MOE, and on the back, the be it further resolved has also been struck. That's a strike through. So now we're taking this particular motion to a vote as the friendly amendment. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you. I know in committee, Chief Lindsay, it was said that there would be a trade-in value for your current ammunition. Can you just say more of, do you have that figure?
Alicia Lindsay, Thank you. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, all I can say is this is a net of that amount. The trade-in value is netted into the $1,066,003.
So do you, is it a sales transaction? How is that actually determined? Does purchasing have to approve that sale at all?
I would have to defer to purchasing on that.
I guess, I mean, just how does the process work? So you have ammunition that you are going to trade in. Who sets the trade-in value? How is it, I mean, how much do we know that we're going to get off of the sale of these particular the ammunition that you currently have?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. It's not based upon the ammunition. It's based upon the service weapons, and it's based upon the quotes.
It's hard for us to hear you. Is there another microphone you can get to? Can y'all share microphones? Awesome. So you're saying service arms, but that's firearms.
Service weapons. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Yes, Commissioner Thornton, service weapons. So it's based upon the service weapons that we have currently and the product that we're anticipating purchasing. So the vendor will accept what we have in our possession, in our inventory, and provide a trade-in value on those items.
And you haven't assessed how much our inventory currently is worth?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, I haven't, but that work has been done. I'm happy to share it with you. I just don't have it with me right now.
If you could just share it with the entire body, I would love to know the total value of what we anticipate turning in. Thank you.
Colleagues, we're going to move to vote on this item. If we could get as many of the commissioners back in the chamber as possible. Commissioners, we're going to move to vote on this item. Get them back in. Get them back in. Ask people to come back in. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Wright, Morrison, Lowry, and Bradford. Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avant voted no. We have 5 ayes and 8 noes.
That motion fails. Commissioner Sugarman, is your motion, your amendment ready?
Point of information, which one?
The one we moved to the Hill, which
She's
was
working on it. And then
41H.
also the one with the freeze, where's that one? Oh, the 1%?
Okay.
Okay, so who is that? You ready for that one? Are you ready for that one?
Pamela Williams, Cali County's attorney. If you would check your email, Commissioner Sugarman, we did respond to that.
Commissioner Bradford?
I don't see the budget share in here, but on Wednesday at committee, we had a couple items that got moved, being funded by opioid settlement, that kind of stuff. Hospitality Hub was one of them. I see our friend sitting there. Is there any action additional that needs to be taken tonight for that, or that's taken care of?
When we approve the operating budget, those items that are already moved into that would be approved at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Point of information, attorney, through the chair. And so I see what it says about what we're trying to do is put a freeze on the dollar amounts. That was the request. And then voted up and down.
You withdrew it. You withdrew it. You withdrew that.
Right, to bring it back, No?
Because they said they were gonna have an.
Okay, so we have before us 41H. Are they still working on 41H? All right, colleagues, we really are close to the end. I know that you all have been very patient. I do want to also stress that the 10-hour day on last Wednesday helped us to get to this point. So if you could just bear with us, let's take a 10-minute recess. 10-minute recess to get the last budget amendment before us, and then we will vote on the operating budget. Colleagues, we're going to reconvene. I'm going to ask public comment. Mr. Stanton, if you could come forward with your public comment, that'll give us time for them to make sure we have all the information in front of us, and I know that you wanted to speak on the operating budget. Sure. Mr. Stanton, do you mind coming to sit here? I think the microphones are a little better here. Yes. Thank you. I also just want to say a word of thanks to you, Mr. Stanton, for coming in to fill in at this time. Appreciate your service to us and to the county. I'm going to 3 minutes, and I know there was a budget amendment that discussed the clerk's office, and I think you wanted to maybe speak on that. So
Yes.
I'm going to give you a little latitude of 4 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, to this board of commissioners and all. It's a pleasure for me to be here again as you. I'm Ed Stanton Jr., your General Sessions Court Clerk, pro temp. I appreciate the commissioners deferring this resolution. So heretofore that was presented on June the 24th, Wednesday, June the 24th. And we want to address it to remove the funding from the General Sessions Court Clerk's Office in the amount of $506,000 and $714. I met with the General Sessions CAO, Mr. Thomas to my left, and then also the Finance Director, Mr. Fenton Wright, on my right. And we reviewed the details of the proposed funding for the removal under the review of the FY27 for our office. And I'm now introducing to you our Finance Director, Mr. Wright, who has reviewed the budget and has identified in the budget that we would not have impact so we can comply with the TCAs. Mr. Wright.
Fenton Wright, Director of Finance for the General Sessions Court Clerk's Office. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, this time. I presented a spreadsheet before you that kind of gives an outline of the numbers that we had reviewed. The main thing is that we found, respectfully, we found some discrepancies in the numbers that were presented in the original resolution, but we do think that there's a path forward that we can work through in order to make sure that we adjust our budget, but also not to the degree that it was originally recommended. So what we're actually asking for, instead of the $506,714, is that you reduce our budget by $120,500.
Mr. Wright, I'm going to give us some latitude here. Do you want to walk us through the spreadsheet?
Sure. I made a slight change since I printed this, but what you'll see there before you is the accounts that were listed in the resolution or the motion. The accounts that were listed in the motion, a description of each account, and then the next two columns that you see there are our respective civil and criminal budgets, with the total being that green column that you see there. And then you see our proposed cuts or our proposed deductions for those respective line items. But one thing I want to point out also is the orange column represents all of the recommended reductions in the motion. And those recommended in the last column shows the difference between what we actually have in our budget and what the result would be if those deductions were actually made. So that's where you see the highlighted areas in the final column represents a deficit. So the proposed deductions were actually more than what we actually had budgeted in our budget. So while we know that there are some adjustments that they may need to be made, we would like to make sure that it is going to be one that we can still administer our budget and serve the judges of the General Sessions Court.
Okay. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Wright has such a great name that I'm finding myself swayed. But so the number that I just got though is slightly different than what you just said. It was 121,500.
121,500.
Does that work?
I think we can live with that.
So, Madam Chair, I don't know if the best way to do this is for me to call, like, to reconsider that item, or just to make a friendly motion to amend, or?
It would be, so essentially, I conferred with the parliamentarian from the county attorney's office, who is an authority on Robert's rules, because our rules don't talk about a motion to reconsider when it has to do with reconsidering a motion. And so apparently a reconsideration doesn't carry over to a new meeting. And so in this meeting, you can make a motion, a separate motion to restore or whatever it is to affect whatever change you want to make.
In that case, then, Madam Chair, can I make a change to the reduction from the original amount down to 121,500? And the reason being is I think what happened was with the motion was that I was pulling from, according to the spreadsheet, I guess I was pulling from not only the clerk's office, but the judges as well. And so that's the error that I need to correct. So the new reduction amount would be 121,500.
All right, so Commissioner Wright, just so that we're keeping all of this right and in order, this will now be a motion to amend, which will be 41J. This will be 41J.
Motion amending fiscal year 2027 operating budget to do what?
So if you could find the original. The general sessions. All right, so this would be a motion to amend the FY fiscal year 2027 operating budget to remove a funding amount of $121,500. And this is sponsored by Commissioner McWright. I'm reading from what the original motion was, and we're amending that amount. So the motion, this is 41J. The motion to amend the fiscal year budget by 2027 operating budget to remove funding from the general session court clerk's office.
No, not to remove, to restore.
No, it's just to remove because. So it's restore.
I have the amount that we could restore if that works better.
Okay. I'm sorry, to restore the amount by,
So it would be, the difference would be 385, 214.
385, 213. Is that correct?
13 or 14?
385,
385, 214.
214. All right, again, I'll read the motion. The motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to restore funding to the General Sessions Court Clerk Office in the amount of $385,214. Sponsored by Commissioner Wright, Mick Wright. All right, I have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Is there an objection for the purpose of discussion? Objection, Commissioner, Vice Chair Bradford?
I just want to clarify what we're doing, because it moved a little fast. I apologize.
Okay.
So on Wednesday, we had an item, 12D,
Yes. Yes, so on Wednesday, it was 12D, and we removed 506,000. Yes, but now with this, we're subtracting and we're restoring the difference between the 506,714 and the 121,500. So the amount we are restoring is $385,214. Mm-hmm.
Minus 121.
121,500.
That would look like that here.
Okay. Is there any other commissioner who'd like to speak on this item? Okay, the objection has been withdrawn. Can we make this motion without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Can we get a new tally based on the
Well,
restoration?
Yeah, I mean, I can give it to you, because, you know, we also technically approved that election commission motion, so I don't know if you want me to include that, but.
No.
All right, so not including that, I think that the new total should be 2,525,024.40.
The new total is 2,000,000.
525,024.
And 40 cents? 40 cents?
40 cents, yeah.
Okay. All right, commissioners, the tally, thank you, Mr. Stanton, I appreciate your service. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
To the both the rights.
Commissioner Wright, we appreciate it.
The right on the
It's good
left
to be
and the
back
right on
home.
the right. Yeah. Have a good night. Yes, we're reconsidering 41H.
What's the new language?
That's what they're working on.
Okay, you're still working on it, okay.
All right, parliamentarian. Commissioner Sugarman, do you have this reduced to writing for us to be able to speak on it on the record, the caption?
Attorney Nora?
Do you have this reduced to writing so that we can? Okay, if you could bring it to the parliamentarian so we could at least read it into the record. Colleagues, we're reconsidering, this is the last budget amendment that we have before us before we get to the operating budget.
Okay, so the item J now, item 4H now is an motion amending the fiscal year 2027 operating budget, decreasing the amount to $7,519,569 based on historical expenditure trends of the Shelby County Election Commission, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
You don't have it? Okay.
I'm sending it to you.
All right, can we get a motion? Motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Sugarman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, talking to Attorney Smith, she said it has to be budget to budget. It can not be budget to actuals. And so budget to budget will be from the proposed budget of 2027 to the budget amount for 2023. And so there's a question that I need to ask the Director Tipton. Is the increase in the salaries, is that due to temporary employment or part-time?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I can't say 100% for certain, but I think it's for the durational employees that come in during the elections.
So during election time, so that would be August through November. There's 2 elections. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's correct.
I think what we just need to know from the county attorney, does this raise the from you, the administration and the county, does this raise the maintenance of effort?
After speaking with the county attorney in the break, she thought that it might rise to the level of maintenance of effort, but I would want her to clarify that.
Pamela Williams Kelly, Shelby County's Attorney's Office. Attorney Smith is on her way back up, and I would think she's better to address that question. She's on her way.
Does anyone have a song they'd like to sing? All right, County Attorney Smith.
If you could repeat the question for me, I was stuck on the elevator coming down as I heard this conversation
We're asking,
start.
does this, with the amendment that's before us, which is to reduce the budget to 7 million. Read it, just read it.
The 7.5 million
Yes.
approximately, does that reduce the maintenance of effort? Is that,
Does it raise the maintenance of effort from the current budget based on these being temporary staff or we just need to have an understanding.
yeah, to the extent that there have been salary raises since the FY '23 budget, without additional information from the state to explain the statute, it would appear to me as if you have increased the maintenance of effort on the election commission. To increase the salaries without, and then ask the department to self-fund would actually amount to a decrease in operational funds. I don't have any other data to go on, and I believe the MOE has been increased by those salaries.
Commissioner Thornton?
If I may, through the chair to the sponsor, so it is your intent not to increase the MOE, correct? And so what is the figure through the chair to the sponsor that does not increase the MOE?
Going back to the budget to budget, so the proposed budget is like $9 million to $7 million of 2023 budget. And so my understanding that these would be temporary employees, not part-time employees. So,
Okay, thank you. I do support the sponsor's intent here. It is very interesting to me that we are weeks away from a major election, and you really just cannot tell. I have not seen PSAs. People are just walking around. I just would not even know what the maintenance of the increase to the MOE would even be justifiably for. If I saw on the streets clear efforts to engage the constituency and get them active, like motivated and informed, but I just don't see it. And so I think that there's a lot more work that needs to be done. I understand that a lot has been said about staffing up and everything, but at this point, you're gonna have more staff than, you're gonna have voters, Lord forbid. But the point being that we really need to put more effort into outreach and voter education to be able to get people more engaged. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
thank you, Chair. And so my concern again is you're raising the maintenance of effort to $9 million. You have to maintain that throughout. So again, this is another maintenance of effort at the Sheriff's Department. He went back to 2026 budget. The Finance Administration went back to 2026 budget. And so we're asking once again that we maintain the maintenance of effort. And I do believe there's a distinction between part-time and seasonal. In fact, I had constituents call me and say that the system was down for a few weeks, so they couldn't even apply for poll workers. Now, miraculously, when we cut their budget, now it's working. And the administrator had the money to do mail-outs. She had money in her budget left from fiscal year 2026, but nothing was done. And then you have complaints about, mail, ballots not being picked up. She really didn't address that. So I'm very concerned what's going on here. I called CTAS, and of course they're closed, But again, I urge my colleagues, be very careful because these are seasonal or temporary employees. These are not part-time employees, 300. And remember, she maintains in June 10th, when she came here, she only had 12 FTEs. That's a matter of record. Go back and look at the video. But then when I look at her budget from 2022 to present, there are 22 FTEs. If she was serious about the election, she would answer the questions. And when I put an email asking her, can you justify this increase in salaries? She said, because there are 3 elections coming up, which is not true. There's one in August and then November. The August one, in November rather, you have state general assembly people. That's gonna be reimbursed by the state. Then you may have a muni election, and that's gonna be paid by the muni. So what justification for the huge increase? So I'm encouraging my colleagues, let's, keep it at, means of effort, the way it is, budget year. And if she wants, she wants more money, needs more, she can come before the commission. And $9 million, that's a lot. That's high. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
I'm out of queue. Thank you.
Vice Chair Bradford?
I still don't think we have this in front of us as far as hard copy yet. What is the net effect to the budget of this item? It sounds like we're taking it out of the budget, so that's a credit to the line, but what is that number?
So it's the difference between, what is the budgeted amount? It's a difference between the 9,140,430 and the 7. What's the 7 million number? For this. Between the 7,519,569. This is the difference between what is their proposed FY27 budget, which is 9,140,430. And what Commissioner Sugarman amendment says is 7,519,569. And what is the difference between that? All right, so these are temporary employees. And so does the pay rate, are they impacted by the pay rate? So I want to make sure that that is some clarity for my colleagues. Colleagues, stay with me for 5 more minutes. These are temporary employees. Shelby County government made an increase to what temporary employees receive. So they receive the $21 an hour. So please make sure that you understand that as a part of the consideration for this budget amendment. Would the 7 million include increases for those temporary employees or only the 9?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. The temporary employees are not eligible for insurance and benefits.
But do they have the pay rate increase to $21?
They are afforded the $21 an hour paid like normal and regular employees, but they do not receive benefits.
So what's the difference between the 7 and the 9? Is that including what would be benefits for those employees, or?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. There are some increases in the O&M as well. So the salary increased $2 million. Let me see. salary increase 2,588,000, and it looks like the overtime increase and benefits went down. So net was 3,938,957. So you have to take into consideration the benefits changes for the full-time employees. But when you're talking about the temps, the only thing that changed there would be their salary portion. They went to $20.77 an hour. And there were more temps added to the pool. And I also wanted to add, there are 3 elections. There's another election in May.
Point of information, isn't that a municipality election?
It is, but that's part of the election commission.
Right, and so that's paid by the state.
They're not paid by the state, no. By the municipalities, yeah.
Municipalities, they're paid by the municipalities, not by the county. Correct.
All right, colleagues,
Now,
we're
Madam
voting
Chair.
on this item.
Madam Chair, for clarity purposes.
Yes.
The county will pay for the election on the front end. The municipalities and the state will then reimburse us for the cost.
Commissioner Lowry.
Just want to make sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to make sure, I don't know if anyone from the election commission is here, is that this is not going to impact anything about early voting, voting sites. You're not going to reduce anything or anything that nature as we are contemplating these actions, which I understand is warranted, but I just want to make sure that there's going to be no difference. They're going to have the same number of polls open, same number of days, same number of people, and everything else that we've always done for our election cycle. Just want to make sure I got that clarification.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avan, and voting no. Have 2 ayes and 10 noes.
That motion fails. All right, colleagues, the item before us is the item 41, which is the operating budget. That's what we're voting on now. Oh, is there another? Commissioner Sugarman, are you bringing back the 41? What is it? The compression? What? What is it? D? Did you say D? So I think commissioners, I think the compression, the one you want to bring back is before us now. I think you've already passed that out.
It's still vague. It still doesn't have numbers in it. But it still doesn't have numbers in it. I told her it was vague, and now it's still vague.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, the natives are getting restless. I'll say this, the natives are getting restless. It is my intent for us to be able to walk through the rest of this agenda. We still have a couple more items. So, the question is, are you sure that you want to bring this amendment at this time?
Yes.
All right. All right, parliamentarian. Parliamentarian, we're gonna commit this to, at this point, we're motion to amend the fiscal year by 5 million. What's the number for the 1% raises? 5.5306. All right, just read it.
Item 4D. Can you hit on the gavel? Item 4D is a motion to amend the fiscal year 2027 operating budget to set aside restricted funds in the amount of $5,306,301 for elected and appointed officials to address salary compression within their respective departments and divisions and throughout Shelby County, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Can I get a motion? All right, a motion by Commissioner Caswell. Thornton, please prepare the screen for a vote. There was an objection by Commissioner Bradford, which is why we are now taking this to a vote. So, because we are not accepting the amendment without objection. So, because of that, this is now before us. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avon voted no. We have 2 ayes and 11 noes.
That motion fails. The motion before us is 41, resolution approving and appropriating the Shelby County government's operating budget for fiscal year 2027 as amended. A motion, Caswell, second. Vice Chair Bradford. Okay, it was moved by Bradford and second by Caswell originally, so we're just reversing that order. Please prepare the screen for a vote. This is as amended. Yep. please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioners Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, and Bradford are voting no. We have 8 ayes and 5 noes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 34.
Item 34 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 34 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance fixing the tax rate for Shelby County at $2.71 for the tax year 2027, sponsored by,
If you don't mind, we still have some business in the chamber to take care of. Thank you.
sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was substituted, amended, and deferred in June 15th, 2026 commission meeting. Chairwoman, as this item is on a fourth reading, I will ask that you allow me to read the ordinance into the record,
Yes.
once it's properly before us.
Can I get a motion? A motion by Commissioner Caswell, second by Vice Chair Bradford. Please read it into the record.
Whereas Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-1-601 authorizes counties in Tennessee to impose taxes for county purposes and to fix the rates thereof. And whereas pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-510 and the legislative authority set forth in Article 2, Section 2.01 of the Shelby County Charter, it is the duty of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners to set a tax rate for tax year 2027 at this time. Now therefore be it ordained by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, that the tax rate for Shelby County for the tax year 2027 be, and the same is hereby fixed at $2.71 for each $100 of taxable real and personal property in the county. Be it further ordained that 2 cents of the tax rate is allocated via line item budget to the general fund planned increase to fund balance in an effort to address the current fund balance that is below county fund balance policy. Be it further ordained that said sum shall be allocated and apportioned to the designated funds of the county government as follows: Education Fund, $1.26, County General Fund, $1.16, Debt Service Fund, 29 cents, for a total of $2.71. Be it further ordained that this ordinance and the tax rate set forth herein shall not take effect until and unless the Board of County Commissioners adopts by appropriate resolution a county budget for fiscal year 2027, but in no event shall the tax rate become effective before the 15th day after the passage of this ordinance in accordance with Section 2.06C4 of the Shelby County Charter. Be it further ordained that the various sections of this ordinance are severable and that any portion declared unlawful shall not affect the remaining portions.
All right, thank you. I have a few public comment cards. Tamika Abram. Ms. Abram, if you could state your name for the record and your zip code, you'll have 2 minutes. There's a button on the side. Okay.
Tamika Abram, 38118. Good evening, Commissioners. I have an issue with the property tax increase that you all are trying to pass. You all are saying that if you don't raise the property tax, that the county would be bankrupt. But you all so happen to find $200,000 to give to the school system to file a lawsuit. Also, that's wasteful spending. So if you're going to increase the property tax, what are you saying to your constituents, especially your seniors that is on a fixed income? They have to worry about They already being taxed by Memphis Light Gas and Water, which we all are. They have to worry about paying for medication. So now they have to worry about paying more money on their property taxes, and they're already on the set income. That makes no sense at all. If you vote yes on increasing this property tax, you're telling your citizens and your constituents that y'all don't care. You got inflation on gas, food. Now y'all just did a $75 increase on the wheel tax. So where is the money going? Do we need an oversight board for the county commission to figure out where this money is going? Because it doesn't make sense at all. Y'all want to know why the population is dropping? It's two problems: crime, and y'all constantly pimping us for our money. Thank you.
Latasha Griggs. Ms. Griggs, if you could state your name and zip code for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Latasha Griggs, my zip code is Greg 107. Y'all balance y'all budget off of our backs. Y'all budget, the budget is being balanced off of our backs. Y'all taxing us. Milk like gas, water taxing us. Bad. But then y'all can't even put in a budget for us to get our vehicles fixed when these streets tearing up our vehicles. Y'all giving money to the board to sue. What, to make them do their job? We pay their salary. Y'all too, if we're gonna be honest. But then y'all wanna raise the taxes. Let me tell you about them raising the taxes. That wheel tax that y'all add, y'all showing me y'all don't care about people like me who has a disability. I remember back in 1990 when I would go and get my grandmama tags. She would get the handicap tag. It didn't cost her but $40. Now we have to pay $168 for tags. And y'all wonder why people riding around here on drive outs. Y'all wonder why people around here doing what they doing. Y'all are the true definition of Memphis. Making easy money, pimping us to style. Cause all y'all top heavy. Y'all don't want to see us prosper. Y'all prospering, but we can't prosper. Because everything about is money, 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 money. Everything. What about us? We can't go forward because y'all come pulling us down. And y'all pulling us down bad. But I'm gonna tell you something. I never buy a house in this city. And I was bred and fed in South Memphis. I go to Walls, Mississippi and buy me a house before I buy one in Memphis. You wonder where your population going? It's going to Mississippi. All that ain't in Mississippi is in Texas. But they getting up out of here.
Thank you, Ms. Griggs.
You welcome.
Our next comment card, Damon Morris.
All right. This time. Professor Damon Curry Morris, 38114. I think it's a bad idea to use this tax. I know some of y'all expecting something, but I'm tired and I'm gonna ease on y'all tonight. But I'm just gonna put a little bit of things in your. You just had a dialysis patient just leave this podium. You have a increased number. I think these are numbers that you all are not looking at as far as people with disabilities here in Memphis and Shelby County and the services that they're receiving. My question becomes, who are you taxing? Okay, are you taxing rich people or are you taxing poor people? Because if you have in your mind that you're going to tax people, poor people, you can't build an economy off the backs of poor people. I mean, we know that we need money, but if we're going to tax people and the services are not changing,
then what are the citizens to expect? Okay, we got generations that are coming behind us that have nothing to look forward to. And we're constantly making bad decisions with our transit, bad decisions with our school system, bad decisions all the way around. I think what the people will be on board for things like this if we see things improving. And I think things are not improving enough for the citizens to be concerned about a property tax increase, because we're asking to pay more, but we're getting less. And I think that's a problem. So, I mean, I think it's egregious that we would give $200,000 for a lawsuit when we have children who can't have CCTE classes in school with the materials they need to be competitive in this world. I think that is outrageous, and I think it's outrageous for you all to ask poor people to pay more for things that they're not receiving.
Okay, Commissioner Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to clarify, so the budget as proposed was built off of a 266 rate, is that right?
269.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, yes.
269. 269.
The proposed budget was built off 266.
Yes, the original proposed budget.
All right, so
Sorry, just point of information. Technically, it's 2.663814. So the budget itself didn't have those extra decimals in it, but the revenue projections that were used in the budget assumed the full recapture rate. So small technicality, but
okay,
yeah, it's generally 266 and a little more.
that's what I was gonna get at, because if it was built off the 266, then there's that fractional amount but you're saying now that, so it's not built on 266?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, yes, I redid it. It's built on 266 with all the decimals.
With the decimals?
With the decimals.
Okay, all right. Well, in that case, then my point is moot. I was gonna try to save us a penny on the tax rate. If the decimals were not included, then that would, I think, get us back to a penny value between the unspent amount and the decimals, but
Commissioner Thornton?
You good?
You,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, did you have another question?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. You know, the phrase is no taxation without representation. Unfortunately, I can't support this particular tax rate increase because the District 10 asked this budget cycle was not included. I will just say that I do think that we need to educate the public on what relief looks like. This past most recent round of just paying property taxes, personally for me, I saw were the highest that I've ever paid as a taxpaying citizen in Shelby County. And a lot of that has to do with the assessed market value increasing here. So I think that, you know, some people make the case that this 5-cent increase shouldn't really do much, but when you factor in other pieces to, you know, the rate and how we come to it, it actually does. And so I empathize with persons who are going to feel this 5 cents. And interestingly, I've been watching some content from, I think, Strong Towns is what it's called. And apparently more affluent persons within our county, they aren't actually feeling the brunt of this as much as poor people. So there's a sub phenomenon within how this is actually going to roll out and be felt. And I just want us to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to be able to help people on the ground who are going to feel the weight of the 5 cents, and they're really going to struggle. Oftentimes we just see a small figure, but we don't take into account that, you know, more than likely low income persons in Shelby County, they're going to choose to pay this as a one-time payment. And so they're not actually going to do the budgeting to break it down over 12 months or to do something quarterly. And so that's where it becomes more of a challenge. I know that we have to do what we have to do to create a balanced budget, but I do hope to see us, once we get the final figures, come back and make some of these neighborhoods who can't walk away with the win right now, make them whole, because they definitely deserve more if they're going to invest this 5 cents. Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. One, I believe that there's a Scrivener's error in the document that's loaded in. The way that the subtax rates are broken out are different than they are in the book. And so they should be, the general fund and education fund should be flipped. Should make sure we get that right. So it should be 126 on the general fund and 116 on the education fund. But the education fund is listed first, which is different how it's listed in the budget book. I think that was just, it was spoken, I'm positive, the correct way, but just I think, just to make sure that's corrected.
I had just closed it.
Okay.
I pulled it up off of Granicus.
Just make sure it's corrected.
But I believe the clerk has made the note. in the
Okay,
record so
okay,
that
all
it
right.
will be correct on
Yeah.
the published
Okay.
adopted version.
The second thing is if there was, and I think this is where Commissioner Wright was going, but if there is a desire to amend the tax rate to match the approved budget, then that would be a reduction of 0.76 cents. Okay, so that's the equivalent of 2.5 million, which is what was not spent. So if that were done, that just applies to the general fund, which would bring it down to 1.252382. So just, if that's the desire, what we want to do, that is an option, but that would reduce the overall rate to 2.702382 from 271.
So
So just
moved.
laying that out there.
I think that's a good option if that's where we are.
So, is that a motion, Commissioner Whaley?
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, so we're fixing that one piece, because that's really the most, that would be a huge difference between the general fund and the education fund. So the other detail I was given, and I think Commissioner Morrison made the motion, was just to match the tax rate to the budget. Doesn't mean it has to happen that way. So I mean, I think if there is excess revenue, rolls into the general fund by default. But if we wanted to match it, which we have in the past, that would be, I think, the appropriate action.
There was a motion by Commissioner Morrison. Is there a second?
Make us have to do suspend the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Point of information, what is the tax rate again? What did you say?
271.
Oh, right.
So the motion would be to reduce the tax rate to 2.702. Is that correct?
yeah, we can go out all the way. So 2.702382. All right, so Commissioner Morrison, there's going to have to be a suspension of the rules to adjust it from what it is right now. which we can do, we just would take 9 votes to do it.
Was there a second?
There was a second. Who's the second? Oh, was there a second? Okay. All right, I think this fails. Commissioner
Mills
Mills?
seconded.
Okay, there's a second by Commissioner Mills. In order for this to be before us, we would have to suspend the rules, and you would need a supermajority in order to do that. And that would be a vote of 9. Please. We're so close.
Yeah, Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that motion can be accepted without rejection or will require a supermajority vote to pass.
Can we accept that without objection? Going once.
Always suspend the rules first. Suspend the rules
Okay.
first.
All right, so if there's no objection, then we are suspending the rules. The rules have been suspended. All right, so the motion before us is to set the tax rate at 2.70283. Is that correct? What are the digits? 382? 2.70382. Is that correct?
Right, that's right.
Okay, can we get a second? Is there a second? This is to set the tax rate, reducing it to 2.70382.
Now you need to suspend the rules on the additional week.
This amount? Okay,
That's what I heard.
all right, and then, yes,
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Can you share with us where you're taking that 0.087% or cents away from? I got $1.26 to the general fund, $1.16 to education, and 0.29 to debt service.
Right, so this amounts to essentially a 0.76 cent reduction, which would come off the general fund. It would just come from general fund.
Okay.
So that would reduce from 1.26 to 1.252382.
252. Thank you.
all right, so what's the next thing?
Where does that come from, though? The 0.76, is that
So
arbitrary?
so the penny, so this is based on a penny value of about 3.3, right? So the amount that we had, the sort of gap between what we've been working with amounted to, it actually increased a little bit today to 2.5 million. And so 2.5, a fraction of a penny, about 3/4 of a penny from the 3.3.
Thank you, that helps.
Okay, so Commissioner Whaley, can you state out the penny value again? It's verified. Can you state the penny value again?
3.314504.
And do we need to make sure that we've stated for the record what's going to general fund, debt service, and education fund? Come on, y'all. We are too close to get to the end. So let's, I mean, literally, I want to make sure that whatever we need on the record, let's get it on the record at this point. So
the
I'm asking.
So the amendments are in the caption, or the tax rate is now 2.702382. The education fund is $1.16. The county general fund is 1.252382. 382.
Sorry, 1.252382.
2382. Okay. So the county general fund is 1.252382. The debt service fund is 29 cents for a total of $2.702382. That is the amendment that was moved by Commissioner Morrison, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Is there any objection? So now,
If there's no objection, then what's the other step that we need to take before I move this without objection?
so because this was amended on what we were considering to be the final reading, we need to suspend the rules on an additional reading. And once that is done, you can do that without objection. Then you can move forward to vote on this tax rate as amended.
Is there a motion to suspend the rules for fourth reading? Fifth reading. Can we do that without objection? Moved by Commissioner Clay Bibbs, second by Commissioner Whaley. Can we do that without objection? So moved. All right, so now we're voting on the tax rate as amended. Please prepare the screen. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioners Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, and Bradford have voted no. We have 8 ayes and 5 noes.
That motion passes. All right, parliamentarian, please go to item number, well, first, congratulations on at least, we've now passed operating budget and set a tax rate. So thank you, colleagues. The frustration at the end, I almost couldn't take it. But I appreciate all of the long, hard hours that all of you have put in. And I want to say a very special thanks to Commissioner Whaley for his leadership throughout this process. Item 46.
Item 46 comes from the General Government Committee, which is which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 46 is a resolution approving the county attorney's appointment of outside counsel to review potential extraordinary litigation opposing the deployment of the National Guard or Tennessee State Guard in Shelby County, Tennessee, without a demonstrated local emergency, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This indicates that the item does not meet requirements of permanent rules, because at that time, it had not completed a legal review, but at this time, it has completed a legal review, so there's no need to suspend the rules. But this was an add-on in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting.
There's a motion by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, can I get a committee report?
This item was sit down with a favorable recommendation. It was an add-on.
Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this is an opportunity for us to seek outside legal counsel. It's pro bono. It will not cost the county commission, or county government rather, anything. And again, after November, you all going to see an influx of National Guards, the ICE, all the federal agencies, just like you see in other states and cities across the country. And so again, this is a challenge. Now remember, we had a lawsuit. However, according to the state, that we didn't have standing, but with the county getting involved, we do have standing. And so again, this is an opportunity to receive legal counsel outside pro bono. After this, they said if we don't vote this up and down, then they're going to take their resources to other cities and states who already take on the state and federal government.
Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Thornton, and Brooks, Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Mills, Wright, Morrison, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avan have voted no. Commissioners Clay Bibbs and Shalai have abstained. We have 3 ayes, 8 noes, and 2 abstain.
That motion fails. All right, we're going to read items 51, 52, and 54 together because they all are similar on that they did not meet the requirements of the permanent rules. And they're all community enhancement grants.
Items 51, 52, and 54 come from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 51 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 27, adopted October 27, 2025, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $100,000 to Feed the Needy, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $100,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,000 to Feed the Needy, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $112,000. This item requires an expenditure of $12,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai and Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules. It was an add-on and amended in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting. Item 52 is a resolution amending Resolution Number 27, adopted April 27, 2026, titled Resolution Awarding County Funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to South Memphis Renewal Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund and awarding additional county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $14,500 to South Memphis Renewal Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization, for a total grant amount of $22,000. This item requires an expenditure of $14,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules and was an add-on in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting. Item 54 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $3,000 to Salvation Revelation Ministries, DBA, Pursuit of God Transformation Center, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $3,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules. It was an add-on and amended in June 24th, 2026 committee meeting. Chairwoman, I ask that once these items are properly before us, that we take a collective motion to suspend the rules on these items. Add-ons.
Can we do it across the board? Can you make a motion on the board.
First, we'll get them properly.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Brooks. Can I have a motion to suspend the rules? I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Can you please prepare the screen for a vote?
On
Items 51, 52, and 54. Please report the vote.
It's in the packet.
Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 11 aye votes.
Colleagues, we have one add-on item. That motion passes. We have one add-on item, which is 54A.
Item 54A is an add-on item. Item 54A is a resolution to approve contract with Granicus LLC, Granicus for the Commission's voting and media software system for a total amount not to exceed $87,902.12 for the period of contract execution through June 30th, 2027, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods where each renewal shall not exceed a 10% increase over the prior year's renewal. This item requires an expenditure of FY 2027 Legislative Operations General Fund budget in an amount not to exceed $87,902.12, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae Avant.
I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Vice Chair Bradford, you recognize?
I just wanted to make sure, Granicus is the system we have now. Is this going to help what we have, or do we need to look at something like a different system?
Ms. Perry?
Sandra Perry, CIO. Commissioner Bradford, to your question, this is actually a replacement system. This is a cloud-based system. We're replacing the VoteCast, all of your equipment. So this is not an upgrade to your current system. We're actually replacing the entire platform, all the backbone and all the core.
Commissioner Wright, this is my gift to you.
Yeah, I move to be added as a sponsor.
I have a motion by Commissioner Wright. I have a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. All jokes aside, we have constituents who every single meeting have not been able to access our government business because of the technology. So I really would like to know what's the explanation for why this had to come at this moment and not sooner.
Sandra Perry, CIO. I'm going to defer that to, I guess, the CAO for that, because this actually is a system that is owned by Commission. We have partnered with the Commission leadership for IT to take this over, and we are very happy to move forward with the upgrade of the system.
So I'll direct it to the chair unless our administrator is here. Constituents want to know what has been going on and why is it that, I mean, we are very explicit that I can't remember the last time we haven't complained about the technology. So why is it taking us so long to get this particular contract on the floor? And upon executing on this particular resolution, how long will it take for us to see a difference?
I'm going to let the parliamentarian answer.
Unfortunately, your parliamentarian was also the project manager of this, and this is not my skill set. And I negotiated something, we got the wrong thing, or had to renegotiate it. Our expert right here had,
yeah.
we can't talk about that because it's.
There
HIPAA.
were extenuating circumstances
Got
that
prolonged.
it got prolonged much longer than it should have. I'm gonna ask for some grace for both staff that have had life changes, and so, at this moment, I'm gonna ask that we, not say anything else public on the record about that.
Okay, well, I just want to talk about the impact and just, the amount of people who have not been able to access information because of it, has just been really unfortunate throughout the process. So we do have a duty to be able to, make the decisions that we're making less cryptic, more transparent, and just open. And there's just so much that has been said about what is felt to be intentional blocking from accessing the information that we're discussing here in meetings. Parking is not an easy thing. We don't have public transit, so people really rely on the technology. So if we can at all possible in the future avoid something like this, I really hope that we learn whatever we needed to learn, because it has been a very painful process of getting to this place.
Commissioner Brooks?
Just to be clear, are we using, this is the same company that installed this software we're using now?
Sandra Perry, CIO. Yes, it is. This is a new platform for Granicus. This is their current end-of-life platform that we're on. Yes, this, like I
But
say,
it's
it's a
the
brand
same
new.
vendor.
Same vendor, Granicus LLC. Yes, ma'am.
Considering the problems we've had, we're using the same vendor? I just need to understand.
Sandra Perry, CIO. I am going to defer that question. That
I
is
got
the
it.
recommendation of the commission.
I'm just tired, okay.
Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I just want to ask, so this new platform, still Granicus, but is it going to also help with upstairs? Because we have new system, but every now and again it would glitch. So will this being, I think, a cloud system, help with those glitches?
Sandra Perry, CIO. Actually, this is a whole new replacement for the chamber as well as the sixth floor. So yes, you get a brand new cloud-based, you get extreme, it's a new 1080 media streaming for your vote-cast and all of that. So all of your core operations from Granicus will be replaced.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Can you remind me, what was the response to how long it would take to implement the change?
Sandra Perry, CIO. Based on the timeline that Granicus prepared and provided for me last week, we have targeted to have this system swapped out before the July 22nd, I believe, commission meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Please prepare the screen for a vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Lowry, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 12 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. All right, if there are any announcements or statements, we'll close the screen now for commissioners to get in queue. Commissioner Lowry?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to say job well done, Madam Chair. I remember of days of being here at 1:30, 1:40 in the morning, couple years in a row, and that was, I guess, needed at the time, but appreciate you and the work from the Budget Chair and everyone else for helping get this done. Good job.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge all of our outgoing commissioners, because this was your last budget that you voted on. Just thank you for your time and your energy. Even we understood how to agree to disagree, but still get to how we ended tonight. So thank you so much.
Seeing no other commissioners, oh, Commissioner Wright?
I'm sorry, I think we missed the birthday. Did we miss the birthday announcement at the start of the meeting? Okay. Well, I sit next to the birthday girl from this weekend, so happy birthday to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, thank you.
Read the birthdays for June. Our last meeting, which was on June 15th, and we celebrated Commissioner Amber Mills by making her vote on third reading. So we said we'd have to do a new resolution, not to do that on anyone's birthday again. Our own Carla Couch had a birthday on June 22nd, and Commissioner Brittany Thornton just celebrated a birthday on is it 27th? Yeah, June 27th, 2 days ago. I can't even remember what date it is, but happy birthday, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, I just want to acknowledge y'all. You hanging in there, coming to budget meetings, et cetera. You did a really good job, so congratulations.
All right, Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. I said I would share this information, which is very timely since some commissioners raised property taxes. MLGW has an assistance amounts ranging from $174 up to $750, and the program is available until August 30th. I will have Audrey send this out so everybody can send it on to their constituents if they need the information. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to give a shout out to our legal team before y'all run out of here. They have been so pleasant to work with, and I just really appreciate you guys a lot. So thank you. I'll never say that again, but thank you.
Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, we are adjourned until Monday, July 27th, 2026 at 3. Do we have to vote? He said we have to vote on something? Do we have to vote on closing this meeting? Oh, okay. No, this meeting is adjourned.